Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 91 of Miami Dolphins content. Kicking rocks, kicking ass, and taking names. Let's fucking get it. For those of you guys watching on Twitter, Twitch, all that shit, come on over here to YouTube, smash that like button, hit the notification bell, subscribe if you haven't. What is going on, Bleezy? The man, the myth, the my legend, my brother. What's going on?
Brother? Shout out to CT. He's the one that does all of our thumbnails, man. I think the one tonight is fire. So let's give CT a little props where it's due, man. He comes up with some fire thumbnails. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, it's 5 minutes worth of work. You know what you're doing. You throw the shit together, and it is what it is, man. But hell yeah, man. What's going on? Justin B. always in the building. Hell yeah.
How you love that? Let's rock it.
Sir. Bleezy with the fucking brand new hoodie, baby. Nah, you got to get up there and show us, baby. There you go. Let's get it. Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to put the hood over your head, though. You got to do the hoodie thing. Yeah, you got to do the hoodie thing for fucking Vic Fangio.
You want me to rock the hoodie? Old school style.
Oh, man. Speaking of fucking Vic Fangio, he's out the door, man, for all of us. Well, most of us here on Miami Dolphins content, especially Green Rat. Glad to see little Dick Vic go. It's fucking, look, man, he had some really questionable fucking calling this year. I didn't particularly, I'm not going to come out and say he was trash. He wasn't trash, but he did have a lot of fucking issues that needed to be fixed. And he seemed too stubborn to fucking make changes. And, you know, we have young talent on the team, Cam Smith and the like, that he just had no interest in playing. And so, I mean, hey, if you're going to be stubborn, look, I understand the narratives out there. We've discussed it a little bit. Look, I don't think Vic Fangio had any intent and purpose, nor do I think Mike McDaniel anticipated Vic Fangio staying here beyond a year anyway. A lot of people are pissed off and upset. Oh, well, if you knew he was going to leave, then why did you hire him to begin with? Well, because he wanted a year of an experienced guy to come in, help him learn how to be a head coach as far as navigating players, disgruntled players, contract situations, the challenge booth, you know, all kinds of different things. And
go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was saying that just people, you know, are overreacting, you know, to how bad Fangio was. Yes, he had some bad games this year. You know, he was stubborn and didn't really want to change up his game plan and work to his players' strength. Obviously, the players are, you know, most of the players are pretty happy about him leaving, you know, a la Javon Holland in the Kicking Rocks fucking video. I mean,
man, that's pretty strong, wasn't it? Kicking Rocks video by Javon Holland. Woo. You know, a lot of people are dogging Javon Holland about that too, saying he's soft, he shouldn't have done that. The guy's being real.
I mean, I can see it from both sides. I think that, yeah, you know, he's an older guy. He's not a Mike McDaniel. He's not a fucking young, you know, players coach. But at the same time, you have to maintain some type of professional,
exactly,
you know, mentality. And you know, when you're kicking it with the boys, and you want to take that video and send it to Howard and send it to Ramsey. That's one thing.
Great point.
But to go do it out in public, I think it kind of makes them look unprofessional. But at the same time, I mean, look,
how old
is what it is.
What is 22 years old?
Something like that, yeah.
He's a young buck, man. Shit's gonna happen with these kids, man. They really, I hate to say that, but I mean, 22, 23, they're just
adults. They're young adults.
Young adults.
It's what it is, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, us older generation, I mean, they're our kids' age, you know? We have kids their age. So, that's kind of where we see it from that
but the key
perspective.
to it is, even my college coach, Lane Kiffin, he tells his players, guys, we're going to operate with a professional attitude around here.
Exactly.
It's a professional attitude, and that's what it is. And that takes a lot of the pressure off the head coach too. Somebody fucks up, he's like, what the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah, especially when you come out and you make your what's the word? Your intentions known. You make your expectations clear. Look, you're not going to come out here and act a fool and act stupid, and embarrass us in this university. And it should kind of be the same way,
It should be. The players for the Dolphins, even though they're making millions, hell, the college kids are now too. But the players for the Dolphins should act professional, man. They should act in a professional manner, which I think mainly they do. But whatever. That just shows you the disdain for Fangio. That's hardcore. What did Cam Smith do? He did something too.
I have no idea what Cam Smith did, but I know Todd will know.
Todd knows.
What are y'all talking about? I'm just coming on.
Hey, what's up, bro?
We were talking about Jevon Holland doing the Kicking Rocks video, and somebody said that Cam Smith did something too on social media.
Yeah,
Cam, all he did was put a lock that got unlocked.
Oh, yeah, he did the unlocked thing. That's right.
Okay, I like that.
I remember that now. Yeah, but we were just talking about it like we understand it from both sides,
I don't think Cam Smith was a Fangio pick.
I don't think he was either.
No, I think he was a Chris Grier pick.
Because Chris Grier had his son or something? Was that at the school?
Probably.
I don't know. I don't know.
I did hear that, Todd, that Fangio had no say in that pick for Cam Smith.
Yeah, and I think this is where Cam Smith will get unlocked.
And I agree with that, but we were talking about we were just making mention of, look, it's one thing if you want to make that Kicking Rocks videos, Jevon Holland, and you want to fucking text it to Howard or Ramsey or whatever. That's one thing, but to do it on social media, but I think that for me, maybe that's more of you should maintain a professional mentality. You know what I mean?
I agree with you, but here at the same time, word around camp from what I've heard from other people who have sources, not me, was the fact that they all wanted Cam in instead of Eli Apple.
Yes, and I've heard that as well.
And I think they were furious that he kept going with Eli Apple when you had Cam sitting there.
Yeah, and I've heard that, and I could agree to that. And I know Spidey's been on the Spaces. He's been sending me the links. I've been listening in at work when I get a chance.
There's word out there that the NFL is about to get involved.
About the what?
About what? About the whole big Fangio thing? Yeah, yep. I heard that. Yeah, I think it was too quick, too. It's kind of weird. Adam Beasley reported the same thing, that it was kind of like too fast.
Yes, and they're saying there had to have been tampering. There's no way you get a deal done that quick where it's like, bop, and you're back up there.
Yeah.
No.
But the only thing the only hole in the argument, I would say that is Mike McDaniel mutually parted ways with Vic Fangio. You know what I'm saying? Because the Dolphins.
But it's still going to be tampering at the time.
Hey, do we have Fangio under contract?
Yes.
Yes, we did, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we did.
We should have got, because they were talking about that on the radio down here. And they said that we should have got a pick. We should have got a pick out of the deal.
We might get one anyways because of the tampering.
Like a conditional, like a compensatory pick. You mean?
No. What did Philadelphia did the same thing last year? What they get caught tampering? What they have to give up?
Like a 3rd round pick, I think it was.
Now that this is, hey, hold up. But here's the problem. The third round pick didn't work, obviously, if they did it again. So the NFL might get a little bit harder on him this time.
That's fine.
Yeah, but it's the Dolphins, so I don't know, man. They're really hard when we violate NFL rules. They lay the hammer down of their policies, but when it comes to other teams, they're not as strong.
No, but
I will say that
back-to-back seasons, you got to punish them a little harder.
Yeah, but Todd, I was gonna say about I think Omar Kelly said that the contract was about like 1 or 2 years. There were other people. I think it was
it was a 2 year deal.
Other people said it was like 3 years. Yeah, but other people said it was like a 3. I think outside of Omar Kelly, it was like somebody else said it was like a 3 year deal.
Yeah, but it could have been a 2 year deal with an option.
Yeah, but I think CT said it best in the space because I was listening into him, and he said that it could have been just like an agreement that maybe it was just for 1 year, and the Dolphins were going all in this year, and then just at the end they were just mutually part ways.
You still don't go behind your team's back. You still don't go behind your team's back and work out a deal.
Yeah.
And
it also could have been that
question though. Here's the thing though. How do you know that? Hold on, real quick, Irvin, because I got a question about that. How do you know? Because we already know that essentially they already had a deal worked out last year, right? But that whole tampering thing happened. Who's to say that they just said, "Hey, are you willing to accept the same deal we agreed to last year?" And he's like, "Yep." Boom. It's done.
We'll find out. We'll find out. Let's just leave it at that.
No, and I understand. I'm just saying, you just don't know. And to be honest, I don't care either way. For me, like I said, I felt like, and I just said it at the beginning of the show.
I care about it for one reason. If it was us and it was
it's the principle. Yeah,
we'd be fucked. Okay, we'd lose another first round pick or something. No, I out of just it being another team doing it to us, I want to see the same repercussions.
Yeah, I get it. It's out of principle, and I completely understand that. But what I was trying to say though is, look, if they parted ways and look, they just said, look, are you willing to do what we agreed to last year? Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. But irregardless, like Spuddy said on those spaces, I was trying to, explain to people, especially the ones that get really fucking worked up over this shit, is in reality, we knew whether or not. So again, here's the thing. Oh, well, why would you hire him if you knew it was only going to be 1 year? Well, would you rather say, hey, if we go and win a Super Bowl, you know that he's going to get a head coaching job, so he's not going to be here anyway. So what the fuck did it matter? And on top of that, Mike McDaniel gained the opportunity to have an experienced head coach, former head coach and DC to learn how to fucking the way he handles certain things. Mike McDaniel can kind of take some of those things from him and move forward. Now
the only
people don't want to see that benefit though, because they're so angry at the fact that the team collapsed at the end of the year, and now all they want to fucking do is bitch and cry.
No, my only issue with the whole situation is I want to be able to bring in somebody who knows this defense.
And that's why Brandon Staley is being considered right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Tomorrow.
I agree, and he was a hell of a coach with the Rams.
Yeah, but the problem is, and we're going to get to this, we're going to break down a lot of these candidates that we've heard, but just on that topic alone, now I understand the familiarity, but you have to remember, in his only season as the DC, he helped the Rams lead the league in total defense and scoring in 2020. But at the same time, the past 3 seasons, including when he admitted that he was the one calling the plays, they never ranked higher than 20th defensively over those 3 years.
Okay, but you also have to remember, you're getting a guy on our team who knows defense, shouting him out and hoping he comes here, and that's Ramsey. And he did not have the same talent in LA. He had older talent, breaking down talent as pass rusher.
So Ramsey's co-signing on Staley.
Yes.
I
here's
have a
my
tweet
que-
that I'm going to send you guys real quick.
Yeah, send it to me and I'll pull it up. But my thing is, though, in that situation, though, you talk about in LA, though, he had guys like Derwin James. Look at the fucking the talent.
James.
Bro, look at the talent he had in LA and with the Chargers. But at the same time, if you're saying that, without talent, it's not going to be good DC. Well, we know that we're not going to have any pass rushers until fucking
actually, they're saying
8 to 12 weeks.
Jalen Phillips said he will be ready most likely by the season open.
That's not happening. That's not happening. I can
That's
guarantee.
what they're saying right now.
Oh my God. Okay.
I agree, CT. I agree.
I don't know. 7 months away. 7-8 months away.
Bro, look, if he thinks that he's going to come back in 7 months, I will give him credit. But that is an aggressive timetable, just the same way I said with Aaron Rodgers. But you got to forget that you can't forget that unlike the Aaron Rodgers situation, he's just standing in the backfield throwing fucking passes. Jalen Phillips is fucking fighting offensive linemen. That's a huge difference. Huge fucking difference.
Well, he says he's going to be ready, so I'm just going by what I've heard.
Yeah, I saw a couple of his tweets where he's trying to, imply that he's well ahead of the process, but we'll see. We'll see what he's got.
But irregardless, okay, so you get Jalen Phillips somehow comes back, but you still have no Bradley Chubb. And in all reality, you have no AVG. AVG, yeah, he's going to be ready. But again, are you going to pay him and bring him back?
Yeah, and will he even be here?
We've heard that AVG does want to come back. His agent, Rosenhaus, put on social media that Andrew AVG wants to come back. But at the same time, in the same tweet, he said, but he's a free agent and you don't know what's going to happen. And
well, he has to say that. That's agent speak. You know what I mean?
His agent. I mean, but the guy does. We saw it on Hard Knocks. He's got a little family down here, but shit, they can get up and move. It doesn't matter. Probably.
Yeah, but irregardless, my whole thing is again, you don't know what are you going to do. Again, we've talked about this time and time. You got to pay Jerome Baker. If you don't, that's another fucking hole in the roster. You have Deshaun Elliott.
Jerome Baker's still under contract. He'll have to redo his contract to save more money. He's still under contract.
Hey, Todd, do you see all those coaches that were booted out? Did we? You didn't see our thumbnail, did you?
No.
Hang on, let me see if I can.
All right, I got it. Let me put it up there real quick. So, obviously we know about Vic Fangio. Ricardo Allen, offensive assistant, got let go. Colby Smith, Mike Judge, and Brennan Farrell. So
okay, hold on. Now I'm upset about one.
Okay.
Mike Judge? No.
Hello.
Brendan Farrell.
Why
is he not kicked out and our special teams coach are not on that list instead of him?
I'm aware. I was just going to make that point. Okay. I was just going to make that point.
Crossman. Why is that not Crossman down there, right?
Exactly. Why are you putting the blame on the assistant? And it's not the assistant. It's the guy who's done it, screwed up year after year before that assistant was there.
Is Crossman about to get a pass? We're going to boot his assistant and give him a pass?
Dude, I hope not. I'll be so pissed.
I will be too, man.
You guys better start getting pissed now, because I could tell you with Fangio leaving, I highly doubt that we're going to be booting the special teams coordinator too.
Dude, I would be pulling up the Brinks truck to a guy who I don't think's under contract anymore.
And who's that?
What's his name? Who is our old special team? Rizzo.
Darren Rizzi.
No,
it's Rizzi. Darren Rizzi, yeah.
I would be pulling up the truck to him.
I don't know.
He went to New Orleans. He went to New Orleans.
He did, but I think he's actually was on a staff that just got relieved.
I mean, a little continuity is not a bad thing. You know, Crossman has been in our crosshairs for a minute, but fuck, we got to keep some coaches around here. We're trying to build something.
I mean, to be honest, fucking a DC and 4 assistant coaches really
not really major moves. But what I liked about that is they're on the offensive side of the ball, except for Fangio and the special team. But all 3 of those offensive assistants are gone. I like that. I was saying that we needed to get some new blood in there on that offense, man.
All of them offensive assistants, but what were they?
You don't know really what were their jobs anyway.
I don't know. They were on there and they got booted.
What do you think, Spidey? What do you think about the turnover?
I think he's still out looking.
Okay.
We give you in-depth content around here. We go deep.
Honestly, that doesn't do anything for me because
I agree.
Go ahead, Spidey. You in?
Yeah, what's up?
I was saying, so what do you think about the list of the coaches that have been released?
We kind of had some minor coaching releases today. What do you think about it?
Well, I think Mike McDaniel, you're not always going to sustain coaches. Like the same offensive coordinator is not always going to stay with you, right? Often we know the nature of this league. Offensive coordinators, and defensive coordinators, they leave, bro. They go for other promotions, right? They get head coaching offers. Maybe they get more responsibility. The same job, but maybe more responsibility with another team. So you as a head coach, you need to be able to, establish an ability to establish a coaching tree, right? Build an offensive staff that you can, whether it doesn't matter what season or how much turnover you have in the staff, as long as you can be able to build a competent staff, and replace it with, competent enough coaches that left before them. That if you can do that more consistently, that's right, exactly, or upgrade. Yeah, that's like if Mike McDaniel could establish a coaching tree, that's what's important. But I mean, this is that's when you see these guys, these offensive assistants. Obviously, what this is telling me, I think that Frank Smith, they're probably going to retain Frank Smith. I think Darrell Devil will probably stay for one more year as the quarterback's coach, and then Frank Smith as the offensive coordinator. I just think this is going to give Mike McDaniel the opportunity to fill up and replace those guys with competent coaches. So that's what I think.
Hey, put up a great point that both Bleezy and I saw at the same time about, a special teams assistant being fucking let go, and we're like, how in the fuck does Crossman still have a job?
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say about that? I think I'm really starting to believe that Danny Crossman I think he's blackmailing Chris Greer somehow. But man, I don't understand that this guy has been bad. I mean, you talk about the punters, right?
No, he hasn't been bad. He has been
terrible. I mean, when it comes to punt coverage, you know how many touchdowns, bro? We've had at least one touchdown, one kick return or punt return that has been returned for a touchdown.
How long is
you know what my problem is? We had a guy who was an all-pro at punt return, and he couldn't get anything going. Barrios.
Not
only that, you went from Thomas Morstead. You had Thomas Morstead, who was one of the best punters in the NFL, and you downgraded to Jake Bailey, who had one of the weakest legs in the NFL.
You know what I would be doing if I were Miami right now?
Even Jason Sanders, like he's been up and down since in Danny Crossman's tenure, bro.
And
Even going back to the Green Bay game, where
you know what I'd be doing if I were Miami right now?
what time?
You know what I'd be doing if I were Miami right now?
What?
I'd be practicing I would be getting the punt god in here to kick because he got cleared of all charges and no one's picked him up.
Again, but we don't know what the hell he is, bro. Like he hasn't been in the league for a while, bro.
Dude, last year was his first year out of college.
Hey,
last year was his first year.
He'll end up getting a shot somewhere.
He didn't play this year, so
it wouldn't surprise me if it's us at this point, the way we're rolling right now.
But the question is the stigma alone enough to scare most teams away? And that's,
I wouldn't. He got cleared. If you get cleared, then what the hell can you say?
well, and I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying the stigma alone. Not it doesn't matter what
I'm saying it's true.
CT, but it's that and the fact that he's not generating any interest from any other team. Like I haven't seen I haven't seen him on any other team's radar. Like he would have, if he was so good as they claim him to be, he would have been on the NFL team already, given that he has a very strong.
He was killing it, and he was killing it in Buffalo's camp up until he got that problem.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But again, like I'm not gonna.
What is all that noise, Spider-Man?
I don't know. It must be the bad feedback in the background.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got to do it at least one more show. So we're going to give it to you guys. And then we're going to get into the actual DC candidates. We're going to break them down a little bit. But we got to have some fun while we're at it.
Crying, whining little baby bitch. Acting out like an adolescent girl who whines on Twitter. Hey, buck up. Grow the fuck up. You crying, whining little baby bitch. Got a chip on your.
Yep.
All right. So now that I got that out of my system.
Hey, this will never happen. But it'd be funny as shit.
What's that?
If Bill Belichick came and asked his daddy for a job on the DC.
Wouldn't that be funny? That would be funny.
It would, but it'll never happen. And I don't think
it'll never happen.
Right.
But Mike McDaniel's been Belichick's daddy since he entered the league, and hey, he might want to come crying home and say, "Give me a job."
Evidently, Belichick didn't interview very.
No.
I think Belichick's going on these interviews, telling these other teams what he's going to do, and they're like, "Well, what about this?" And he's like, "F you." I don't think he interviews.
He's too grouchy. He's too grouchy.
Bro. Yeah,
he's too grumpy and he's too senile. But anyways,
I think that's part of it. But I also think that part of it is he's gonna want fucking GM control.
He's still a good coach. He's still a good coach, though.
I thought he would go to Dallas. I thought Dallas should have taken him.
Yeah, but
I can't believe Dallas kept everybody.
A power struggle though, because obviously Jerry Jones is the GM, and then you're gonna have a head coach who wants the GM fucking duties. That's gonna be a power struggle, fucking start
Jerry
to finish.
Jones, right? Jerry Jones didn't want any part of that.
Yeah, he's like, nah.
Where he had Morris over him.
That's true. It's two control freaks battling over, over the control of the Cowboys roster and personnel. Yeah, you're right about that. But
that ain't gonna happen.
I was gonna say, Todd, I was going to say Mike McDaniel is not Bill Belichick's daddy. It's Tua Tagovailoa, okay? He's 6-0 against him. That's all I'm
going by coach versus coach.
Tua, you are the father.
Well done.
Oh, shit. Oh man, but nah, man. I agree. It's.
I mean, It's time to look for solutions instead of trying to. I hear a lot of shit on these other channels about people pointing out all the problems, man. We know all the problems.
Dude, what's shocking me?
CT, give me like 10 minutes, all right, before I get all the statistics and shit, okay?
Yeah,
Hey,
you get good.
Hey, you know what shocked the shit out of me? Is the Tennessee coach still hasn't gotten a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel, I don't think he's going to. He's not going to get a head coaching job, in my opinion. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, yes, he kept the Titans competitive, but they just could not fucking get over the hump. And it's not necessarily a lack of talent. Bro, you had Ryan Tannehill. You made it to the fucking AFC Championship game. The problem is since that year, it was nothing but downhill since then. And so that's really where I feel like, again, you can't fucking, if you can't adapt and you can't fucking continue it, what is going on, Canes? But I think a lot of that had to do with, I just think a lot of that had to do with the fact that, like I said, he started off hot and then it just fucking it went downhill. And I think the only reason that people are so fucking infatuated with bringing him in is because he's the one that led the team that fucking screwed us, out of a win that could have put us into, having the AFC's.
Hey, what are you talking about? His team also beat us a couple years ago in that ice storm.
Say it again.
Yeah.
He kept the playoffs in Brian Flores' last year.
Yeah, they effed us up then too. I just don't see Vrabel taking a DC job.
Dude, that's where he came from.
I know. Well, I remember when he was a linebacker.
Jobs are fucking shrinking fast.
So maybe do you think that Mike Vrabel is like kind of like a Bill Belichick? Not that he has had that type of control yet. Do you think that he's like Bill Belichick, that he wants control, maybe like control over personnel and the roster decisions? No.
They've even talked about his personality. He's a mixture of being a hard ass and a player's coach.
That's where he yeah, those are the vibes that he gives me. You're right about that, Todd. I think he's a lot more better to get along with. He got
up there in tears talking about how good one of his players was doing on a comeback when he came back from a serious injury. And he's up there in tears in front of everybody talking about it. He's still somewhat a player's coach, but he will be a hard ass when it needs to be.
Yeah, and again, good.
No, I was just say real quick that aspect of being a player's coach is just because he was a player himself.
He never coached under Bill Belichick either. He never.
No, but I'm saying he knows how to manage. Guys like Belichick because he's played under him, so he understands that.
There's only
Belichick is a hard ass and shit like.
There's only 2 head coaching jobs available right now: Seattle and the Commanders.
Yep, so nobody wants the Commanders' job.
Right. So if he didn't take one of those,
is there even much to look at in those teams, bro? Really, like, is there really much to like kind of like be blown away by what the Commanders have? And the Seahawks? I would rather coach Seattle. Maybe the Seahawks. Yeah, maybe the Seahawks. It's kind of intriguing, but really, Washington, bro, like they're a mess, bro. When it comes to ownership, what they had to deal with the ownership. I forgot the owner's name. Down to the management, the roster, the firing of Ron Rivera, all that shit,
all that. Aren't they supposed to get new ownership too? I mean, that's crazy.
They're owned by a management group that includes Magic Johnson. So,
all that.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, when you get the opportunity, you take the job.
What was the owner of Dan Snyder? There you go. And Dan Snyder had, all those accusations of sexual assault and
Dan Snyder, Vince McMahon, the same
misconduct
person.
and all that shit. That team has been a mess for a while, bro. Oh, man, my bad.
Oh, they've been a mess for a while. You're right about that. Canes, question for y'all. Is home much bullshit can you take from the Dolphins before you say enough is enough? Real talk. We deserve better as fans.
Absolutely, Canes. I think we do deserve better as a fan base. I mean, bro, what is it?
We definitely deserve better.
Hey, can we do one person at a time? We're doing a lot of interrupting each other. Let's let people finish.
That's a great question. That's a great statement. Right?
It sounds like these spaces. It sounds like the spaces.
Yeah, go ahead, Spidey.
I was just saying that, like, bro, like, absolutely we deserve better, bro. I mean, I think it's absolutely unacceptable that we haven't won a playoff game in 20 years, that we haven't won a division title since 2008. I mean, the fact that this franchise, and I seen a tweet that they were saying, they were putting up all the different statistics of how they were the number one offense and, passing yards per game, and scoring, and all these different types of categories. And I feel like,
oh shit, did we lose him?
Yeah, things that you feel like what?
Can you hear me?
Senator Canes, now we can. Go ahead, Spidey.
No, I was just saying that I feel like this franchise it puts, like, today they came out with a tweet putting the fact that the offense had was number one in, like, major statistical categories. Like, they were the number one offense. They were the number one passing yards offense. They were number two in scoring, 6 in rushing yards per game, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like this team, it feels like they put way more emphasis on, being at the top of nearly every statistical category and breaking records instead of focusing on winning. I feel like if I see that trend, I feel like that's kind of a disturbing.
That's what it seemed like. They better not be talking about 2,000 yards and shit this year. I don't want to hear.
Let me ask though. What does he mean by enough is enough? Because that's a tough situation. Because you got. I don't know about you all, but I'm not going to go rooting for any teams anytime soon. You know what I mean? Dolphins are nothing for me.
And I understand. I understand.
Nobody here is jumping ship. You heard me?
No, but what do you mean by enough is enough then? What are you supposed to do? There's nothing we can do but
enough. I mean, I think what he means is clean fucking house, man. Get rid of Greer. Almost start.
Yeah. You're right about that, please. I've had conversations with him. Like, I talk to him almost all the time.
Start over another 4-year rebuild again.
It sucks, right?
You know what I mean? It's like, damn.
Oh shit, Green Rat.
Yeah, so for me, my thing is look, I understand what you're trying to say, Spidey, with the whole, it kind of seems that way. But I think the reality is, yes, we performed well offensively this year. I think the real problem is when you go back and you look at almost all these fucking teams, right? And from literally moving on from Don Shula, I mean, going all the way back to Dave Wanstead, you're talking about how does one side of the ball always successful, and we can't ever put it together where we have a good offense and a good defense. Every fucking year, it's, the defense balled out this year and the offense sucked. Or the offense balled out this year and the defense sucked. Or the offense was humming in the beginning of the season and then fell off at the end. And the defense was fucking shit at the beginning of the year and then played well at the end of the year. When are we going to put this shit together and have a complete fucking team? That's what pisses me off.
We need it.
Right, exactly.
We need a head coach who can manage the game, and then we need an offensive coordinator that could call plays, and we need a DC that could call plays while our head coach manages the entire game.
I agree with that.
That too, but I think we need a guy. I think Mike McDaniel needs to improve his ability to make smarter decisions in situations. Like don't make simple shit so difficult. Like if you're on third and short, right, or fourth and short, run the fucking ball. Why are you doing screens in the red zone?
So
run the ball. Why the
be
fuck
back
are you?
later? My son's calling. I'll be back later if I can.
All right, Ty. All right, bro, come back. But no, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't just saying that because I'm making it up, and that's what I think that's what my college coach and my college team does. Lane Kiffin. He's like, man, y'all handle. You call the plays, you call your defense. I'm going to manage the game. That's what he does. He's out there working the ref.
Yeah,
you know? And he's got the earpiece. Right. I'm sure he's involved on a lot of the play calling and shit like that. But if you watch him, man, he's more involved in the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, that was if you ask me, like ideally, Bleezy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't say any. I tried to before you started, but you're good. Go. You're breaking up.
Hang on, bro. He's saying something really good too right now.
Yeah, you're breaking up, so you got to try to say it again, Spidey.
Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking right now. Come back, Spidey. Damn, I wanted to hear what he was about to say.
Hey, Spidey, come back in. Go out and come back in. You were breaking up real bad. Can't hear you at all. But anyway.
You guys hear me now?
There he is.
Now we do. Look at that. All right, go ahead.
Oh, shit.
And then he fucking goes quiet again. So no, like you were saying though, and I agree with you, is, you know, you got to be at the point where, like you said, and that was a big thing that when we talked about it privately, you know, the who in the fuck's working the refs? Who in the fuck, you know, Mike McDaniel can't try to call the next play and look up at the fucking replay to try to challenge something, you know, like there's too much shit going on there.
How are you supposed to process all that? You're sitting there on the sideline with so much stuff going on around you, and you're trying to process calling plays. You're trying to process the defense. Not to mention, you're pissed off with this referee for blowing that. You know, it's too much, man.
I agree. And then you put yourself in the position where, you know, like we've said, and I'm not against the idea of him continuing to be a play caller, but it's like, look, man, you become predictable in your play calling. We've talked about the predictability. We've talked about, you know, his dreadful clock management, you know, before the end of the first half. We've talked about so many of these things that it comes down to, you're not an experienced play caller. You're a great play designer. We've talked about that. But then it comes down to, you have to build a staff that you can trust to take your vision, and put it into reality.
Well,
does that make sense?
Yeah. Well,
like said. You can't control everything. You can't do everything. That's the importance of finding staff that you trust to be able to do what they need to do.
Right. You leverage it off.
Yeah, and it's like that was the one thing about the Vic Fangio thing that you know, despite people want to fucking bitch and moan, but at the same time,
and there was nobody, there was nobody complaining when we hired Fangio. I know that.
Yeah, and the thing is the only time they fucking bitched, even up until the Baltimore game, and we got our ass spanked in the Baltimore game because the defense looked like shit. that's when everybody wanted to fucking start complaining about it. And it's like, you do understand that there have been fucking questionable defensive play calls for multiple weeks out of the season.
I was trying to remember what game was it. I was on his ass after that game. I was like, if he didn't do better, I'm fucking.
It was the Tennessee game when he pulled the fucking Josh Boyer and he dropped. Remember, he dropped all the fucking corners on that.
Yeah.
What was it? It was like 3rd and 12, and he dropped them to the goal line just like fucking Josh Boyer did. And we're like, what the fuck is this?
F Fangio, man. Kick rocks.
Yeah, and my thing is, I'm not going to come out and say it was complete shit, but at the same time.
No, he wasn't, man, dude. I mean, at the same time, it's chemistry. We've talked about this before, chemistry within the building.
Yeah, not only with the players, but other coaches and,
we can't get good chemistry in the building, CT. We can't get.
But that's part of it, too. That's another thing I like when I was saying earlier about, one side of the ball is always doing well and the other side is struggling, or one part of the fucking.
When I was
that's right. It was against the Bills. Okay, whatever.
I was about ready to fire Fangio after that game.
But it comes down to, like you said, it's part of the chemistry, but how much of that over the years and over, multiple coaching staffs is it you have one side of the ball that's being focused on?
Exactly. No, it's facts. Nobody can argue that. You have Mike McDaniel saying, okay, Boyer, okay, Fangio, call your effing plays and let me concentrate on calling my plays. It's almost like he's done with it. That's what I don't like about it.
And the thing is I don't necessarily disagree with the idea if you got a veteran, defensive coordinator. Now, hey, hey man, I see this happening, whatever. And your DC should go, oh yeah, I see what you're seeing, but I think that this is kind of the better way to handle this versus the reports coming out that Vic Fangio, if Mike McDaniel or players try to bring suggestions to him, he's kind of like, fuck you, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive kind of shit.
That's what it sounded like. I heard a lot of people saying that the players wanted Cam out there and Fangio was the one putting Apple out there. I heard a lot of that.
Yeah, and I also heard that Jalen Ramsey, the game that he actually shadowed, what's his name? Who was it? CeeDee Lamb, when we played the Cowboys.
Yeah.
When Howard was out and he shadowed CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, that was a big F you to Fangio because Fangio told him we're not shadowing and fucking he did it anyway.
Okay.
Well,
who made that call? Who made that?
Jalen Ramsey did. Jalen Ramsey decided.
We got players out there fucking changing the defense no matter what the coach says.
Yeah, in that game, yeah. He fucking said, fuck you, I'm going to fucking shadow.
Well, good for him because we won that game. But that just shows you that Fangio he needed to go. That's bad.
Yeah, that was absolute dysfunction. And it came into, again, at the end of the day, sometimes it's better. It's a better addition by subtraction.
Subtraction. Hell yeah, bro.
So but again, it really comes down to though, who are we going to replace him with, and what are the best candidates? And
once again, we find ourselves and I think people are kind of downplaying it. They don't realize. We're finding ourselves, this is a huge decision who we hire as DC.
Well, it is for Mike McDaniel because even if he continues well on the offensive side of the ball, if the defense and he's still overall, the team can't get their shit together, he might be getting his walking papers.
And it's kind of a gamble for the guy coming in. You don't think that he's sitting there thinking, goddamn, McDaniel's actually on the hot seat. bet.
Well, I don't think McDaniel's on the hot seat for another 2 years.
And he's probably not. But coming in, and
Ross, again, 3 years. 3 years is Ross's number.
As well it should be. We've talked about that. We're not ready to fire McDaniel anytime soon.
Yeah,
but you would think the DC coming in has kind of got that in the back of his mind, which is I think it's a good thing because it puts pressure on him to perform. We need to win right now.
Yeah, I agree. And so let's go through some of these. We'll start. We'll start with. We'll go from the least likely to the most likely. So, one of these being thrown out there. Chris Shula. He's the son of David Shula, the grandson of Don Shula. He's in his 7th season on the Rams staff. He's been serving as the linebackers coach and pass rush coordinator for the last 7 seasons there. So,
I didn't know about Chris Shula.
Yeah, I mean, it's not happening, but people throw it in there just for, again, it's Don Shula's sake.
He's a Shula.
Exactly. So
you got to put him in there.
Yeah, we touched on Brandon Staley earlier. Again, to repeat that, look, he helped the Rams, have the league lead in total defense and scoring defense in 2020. But in his 3 years with the Chargers calling plays, they never ranked higher than 20th defensively. So we talked about, again, you have guys, their fucking roster was stacked on defense.
Yeah,
you're talking about, they had fucking Sue, they had, what's his name?
A lot of money over there. A lot of money on that.
Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
They had fucking Derwin James. They had fucking they had a fucking shit ton of good players on that fucking team.
He couldn't perform with that defense?
Exactly. And that's my issue.
We put 36 up on him, I think, if I remember right.
Exactly. And so,
yeah, I don't like that guy. I'm not for him.
I don't like that one either. And to be honest, I mean, the only thing that I could see as a potential benefit is that he does have 3 years of head coaching, experience. But
yeah.
In reality, Mike McDaniel has 2. So how much is he really going to be able to provide Mike McDaniel?
Is he familiar with McDaniel? Have they coached together at all? How come McDaniel doesn't have a guy in his back pocket who he knows is a badass DC?
They're not. He's not a badass DC, but let's get there.
Okay.
So Leslie Frazier is another name. Obviously, the Bills' former DC. Not interested. No thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go ahead and we'll talk about. We talked a little bit about Mike Vrabel as well. Look, Mike Vrabel's a good coach. I do think that him being a player guy would definitely fucking help. But in reality, again, I'm not thrilled with it. But would I think it'd be acceptable? Yes, he has a lot of experience as a DC and as a head coach. And it would definitely benefit, Mike McDaniel in that way. But here's the one that you were just talking about, right?
Okay.
So you have Marquand Manuel. Marquand Manuel is the Atlanta Falcons.
Here we go.
So he coached the Jets safety since 2021. And he overlapped with Mike McDaniel on the coaching staff with the Falcons in 2016. And that's not his only connection. Manuel attended UF, the University of Florida, and went to Miami High. He was a defensive back for 8 NFL seasons, playing for 6 teams. Manuel then served as the defensive coordinator in Atlanta in 2017 and 2018, which they ranked 9th and 28th defensively and 8th and 25 in points allowed. Now he is interviewing for the Jaguars DC job today. You never know. He might make a hop, skip, and a jump down here. You don't know.
Interesting.
Then obviously we have Wink Martindale, and
that's
you
where
know,
I think I'm leaning towards. My boy Wink Martindale. He looks like a hardcore motherfucker.
I love the fact, and we'll get to it, the fact that him
pardon my language.
Yeah, man, from him fucking the way he left the Giants is fucking hilarious. But look, man,
let me say that I don't know anything about Wink Martindale other than I saw a picture of him.
Well, I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
He built the Ravens defense from 2018 to 21. The Baltimore, they've ranked in the top 7 3 times under him in that 4-year span. The Ravens were the top 3 in scoring 3 of those 4 seasons as well. Martindale was the Giants defensive coordinator for the past 2 years. New York ranked 25th and 27th in total defense over that period. But the funny thing about that is when he left the Giants, he fucking cursed out Brian Dable when he fucking left.
Mm-hmm.
He told Mike Dable to go fuck himself, or Brian Dable to go fuck himself.
Here we go with chemistry again, though, man. Do we want somebody like that in the building?
But the thing is what was said to him, what was the issue going on that created that situation?
Yeah, we don't know.
What is back it up, Ben?
Back it up. What's up, bro?
That Green Rat.
That's what I'm saying. Green Rat will come in and coach him up. That's what I was talking about chemistry, man. I played a lot of FIFA back in the day. If you play FIFA, you're familiar with chemistry. You get a new player come in on your team, even if he's really good, he won't be that good until you play like 10 games, and all of a sudden, then he's popping off. It's almost it's almost crazy. It's similar to coaching, man. Chemistry.
Yep. And again, what's going on, Big Philly in the building?
In the building. What's up, bro?
Just finished my show. Tired as hell.
Sweet.
Damn, you did a show? How come I didn't get a StreamYard link, asshole?
Because it's an interview show. I had Rick Debrio. I can't even say his name right. His last name right. He's a guy coming out in this 2024 draft from TCU.
Oh shit! I forgot that was tonight. I had a birthday dinner and then I hopped on after the birthday dinner. So
I had him up. We talked a bit. He gave us some fun insight. It's funny because he's a Giants fan, but even he's calling our team a little soft. He says the problem with the Dolphins is that they a little soft, man. They too finesse. They too fast to finesse. They got to get more physical.
Soft.
So, yeah.
Well, that's a shocker. That's a shocker.
No, it's that we're a finesse team. So it's.
So what's the solution? That's the problem. What's the solution?
So the solution, well, you can have speed, right? A good mix, right? So, targeting more physical guys, changing some of the mindset on some of these guys, or drafting different guys with different mindset. I think somebody was saying if we bring in Stokes, right? For our DC, that guy like Derwin James would be like that type of dude, where that type of mentality, physicality, is what you would want. More physical receiver, maybe not loading up with a bunch of physical receivers, but having like 1 or 2 guys there on the roster, along with a guy like Waddle and Tyreek, a dude that can be physical and high point in the end zone. Maybe somebody that can actually throw a fade route to in the end zone, not try to target Tyreek.
Hey, and Philly, I think Omar Kelly said he commented that this team needs a more physical big body wide receiver more than
Oh,
a
you see?
seam threat
Yeah, so
tight
he
end.
agrees. I didn't
Which
even
is
see that. I didn't even see that. But yeah, something like that. Tight end would be good, but you know what? We don't really utilize our tight ends in the pass game, so I don't feel like a tight end would be a good fit. I think that if you bring in another receiver to play that 2 spot and kick Waddle into slot, or kick Tyreek, or use that motion and utilize them in the slot in that aspect, and leave that big body out there as that number 2 on the boundary, I think that would be just as threatening as you just getting another tight end. Because the thing is that Mike McDaniels don't scheme his tight ends like that into the game plan where they're going to be a priority. You get what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. I would feel like if they bring in a guy like like Little, or a guy like Kelsey, I think like they die off because he doesn't
Yeah.
prioritize. And I don't know if that his mindset would change if he brought in a guy like that. I'm not saying that either, because maybe him bringing in a guy like that will change that mindset, will scheme around those guys more and prioritize getting them the ball. But I feel like look, we had Gesicki. Gesicki was a big guy that you can get him the ball in the middle with space,
But he wasn't a
and
good
you
route
can
runner.
utilize him. Yeah, but you could still do it. He could still get open.
Right.
That was his thing. He was elusive enough to get open, and you didn't utilize.
Yeah,
him.
at big size too. He's a
Exactly. Think
big
about
frame.
it.
Yeah.
But look at it like this, right? The year before we brought Fangio in. I mean, not Fangio. The year before we brought McDaniels in, and he was with Brian Flores and Adam Gase. He was popping almost 1,000 yards a season, 700, 800 yards a season. And then all of a sudden, these guys come in and boom, he's just completely 180'd. And he's getting 200-300 yards a season. So how is it that Adam Gase can maximize his potential, or even some I think the first year Brian Flores, but then you can't maximize his potential after that, knowing what his ceiling was? Like, come on, dude, don't give me that bullshit either. Yeah, he sucked at pass blocking. That was his issue. He couldn't pass
All right.
block worth a damn.
In line. Yeah. Yeah.
But utilize him in the slot. Utilize him on the boundary. You don't have to just keep him lined up on all threes there like Travis Kelce in every play. Push him out. Like, they didn't scheme him out there, and that was the issue. Now he's over there in New England. He didn't do shit last year, but again, he's the second string behind Hunter Henry. But in my opinion, he went into the same situation. They're not going to utilize him for passing the way they utilize other guys. He's not a
Right.
Gronk. So I didn't understand why he went to New England. I certainly wouldn't have gone there. I think he belongs in a team like maybe Atlanta. And now Atlanta, we got to see what they go, because even Kyle Pitts is another one of him. He's just 2.0.
He can't block. Yeah.
He can't block. So you got to put him in a scheme like that, that where he can go out in the flat and just take off.
Yeah, it's about the scheme.
And Philly, like what you were saying about Waddle in the slot, putting Waddle in the slot. That's how he made his bones at Alabama. He was mostly a slot receiver. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Kyle Pitts was unstoppable in college. Nobody could guard that guy, man.
No, because of his fucking speed, and they put him on the boundary, and his size, his physicality. That was his thing, So
you talk about a fade pass in the end zone. Kyle Pitts is coming down with that bitch every time.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that's my thing. That's what I think they're missing. They're missing that. They're missing physicality on the defense. They don't have that guy, in my opinion, that if you go over the middle, you're gonna think twice.
They need a Brandon Marshall. That's what you're saying.
The thing is, we've talked about it, on this show multiple times about bringing in a possession guy. Like we said, you had Devontae Parker. Granted, he couldn't stay healthy, but you get a similar big-bodied fucking physical guy who's a 50-50 guy, guys that can be physical on the outside the numbers, where, again, people say Tua can't throw outside the numbers, but his first fucking year, all he was doing was checking down and throwing it outside the numbers to Devontae Parker. And now people want to circle back around because they said he couldn't fucking do all this other shit. But then when he proves them wrong, they got to try to circle around and go back to something he knows how to do. He's proven he knows how to do. But, oh, shit, because we don't have a possession receiver, let's go say that he can't do this.
Right.
And
even personnel wise, right?
So, there's a guy they could target. I don't know if he's going to be available or not. I don't know if they paid him or not. But there is somebody that they can target that I feel that can bring some physicality to the game, and somebody who is a possession receiver. And if we do bring in Mike Variable for a DC job, because I know that they do have an interview, but this guy has interviews lined up, so I don't suspect that that will be the only interview Miami conducts this week coming into the new week. But somebody I would probably look at if they bring in Mike Vrabel, DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins will be available.
D-Hop.
D-Hop is available. Pair him D-Hop up with with
He kicked our ass.
yeah, with Waddle and with Tyreek, you pair them up together. I don't know what his contract would look like. Coming off of what he's done. But, if you can get some of that production that he was, which he can, obviously he proved that when he played us and the way he was destroying us, he's still a capable number one, number two. Bringing a guy like D-Hop in will elevate this offense and give you that size you need a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a little bit bigger, but he's definitely physical. He's definitely high point, and he can run. And that gives us the best of both worlds, in my opinion.
Oh my God.
Spidey lost this fucking Dolphins card again. But now that Big Philly came in, we're gonna go ahead and let's get back to it because we were running down. The defensive coordinator candidates, and I want to get you guys' opinion on that. And so we started off. Look, I mean, they have decent little wish list guys, but we could talk about the reality. Let's go ahead. You brought up Big Philly, Mike Vrabel, and we talked a little bit about it before, but we're going to run it down again real quick. We know that he has a lot of experience, not only as a head coach, but as a DC, and it would be beneficial for Mike McDaniel, again, similar a la to a Vic Fangio. Granted, he's not nearly as experienced as Vic Fangio, but someone who has the ability, like we've heard and has been rumored, he is a player's coach, but he's also a hard ass. And so maybe that's that kind of mixing chemistry that maybe that the Mike McDaniel Vic Fangio relationship was missing. What do you guys think about Mike Vrabel and him as a DC and how it would benefit this team?
He's everything that Vic Fangio wasn't. You just said it.
Like I would love to have Mike Vrabel, but I just don't see him being a DC. I see him being
like we said though, there's only two fucking head coaching jobs still available. And
if we get Vrabel, I'm down with it.
Seattle has their guy. I think that they want. Seattle has their guy. I think that they want. There's definitely a guy in the running. I think Washington's kind of up for grabs there. Washington may be a spot he may end up, or a second option. Because right now it's a toss-up between him and Bill Belichick for Washington. And I think that this will be a year that Bill does not coach. I think he waited. I think that the whole fiasco that the Patriots and him went into, and with the whole situation with Mac Jones, I think that's going to hurt Bill Belichick, even though obviously a Hall of Fame career, but and he is probably one of the greatest coaches. That's this guy's over here in his hoodie. One of the greatest coaches to coach the game, but teams see that, and then there's questions get answered.
Kind of look like him.
Questions do get asked. Kind of does.
At least he kind of does look like Belichick there. That's kind of
right. I was saying.
What'd you say?
But
you kind of look like Bill Belichick with your hoodie.
I heard you. I was trying to get my Belichick monotone going.
Monotone boys. Be condescending when you're angry.
What?
Sometimes you get Dan Quinn's, right? The Dan Quinns of the world. And this could be a situation for Mike Vrabel where, he kind of does what Dan Quinn did, step back after he left Atlanta, took that DC role in Dallas, has been there for a couple of years, And I think honestly, DC, I think Dan Quinn's going to be the next head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. That's just my opinion. But
Isn't he staying with the Cowboys?
It's
I don't
crazy,
know.
man.
Last time I heard, I thought he was interviewing with.
You got to
with
fire
Oh,
Pete.
I didn't
You
know. I haven't heard
got
anything.
to fire
interviewed
Pete
for
Carroll
Seattle.
and hire Dan Quinn. Okay,
Yeah, well,
good
they
luck
didn't
with
fire Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is in the main office now. He got promoted.
that. Oh, is he? Oh, okay. I thought they fired him.
They gave him They gave him a job in the front office. That was the agreement. They didn't part ways. He just went on
So
to
he's
the
still
opposite side.
okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
So
And
we'll see what
so
they're
I
gonna do.
agree with you there, Big Philly. My thing is though, in that sentiment though, as far as Belichick, and I called it, I really don't think that Belichick is going to get a coaching job anytime in the future. I think he's done, and the reason being is nobody wants to give him full control like Kraft gave him full control. Nobody wants to do that.
Nobody's going to. You're not going to get that situation again
Exactly.
unless you get a team that's super desperate. But you know what? A lot of the teams that weren't doing so well are doing really well, and he's leaving, unfortunately, a team that wasn't doing so well.
ACT, I hope you got my message.
Yeah, I got him. I'm going to pull him up when we talk talk about him. Yes.
When you think about when you think about the teams that are out there right now looking for a head coach, Washington Commanders. I'm sorry, they're a quarterback away. They are a quarterback away. They have a lot of good pieces there. They're a lot younger. You have Seattle, which was a one-off, but again, they're contenders in their respective divisions. Especially the way Geno has been playing. Carolina is a dumpster fire. Carolina, I thought, was the best option for him. It didn't work out. They went a different route, and it is what it is. So that was the only. I think that would have been the only opportunity for him to do what he really wanted, which was full control. And ultimately, Carolina wasn't comfortable enough, and that's why they went a different route. Atlanta's another one that's a quarterback away with a lot of young pieces. They're not going to give you full control when they're right there ready to go. They're right there. They just need a quarterback. So
I see what you did there, Green Rat. I see what you did there.
Yeah, and Green Rat lost his Dolphins card for the flow comment. So anyway, no, I agree with you. Look, Big Philly, I agree. That was his best opportunity because Carolina was so fucking desperate. Washington is desperate too, but again, I don't think that Washington is willing to give up full control. And that's where, again, I think that, Belichick is fucking saw his way out the door. And to get back to Mike Vrabel, though, I agree with you, and I like that concept because it's the same shit with Vic Fangio, right? Not that, because, again, we had the discussion, before about, privately about Vic Fangio. Had he come in and we won the Super Bowl, he was going to be a head coach this year anyway. So, if it's good enough for Vic Fangio, why won't it be good enough for Vrabel? You know what I'm saying?
I would love to have Vrabel. I'm all for that. I'll sign me up for that right now.
Because I think what you Big Philly was saying, about the physicality and all that, I think Vrabel's one of those guys, being a fucking linebacker, fucking playing defense,
New England. He played Patriots.
Playing for Belichick, knowing what an asshole fucking Bill Belichick was. He is a player's coach, but he can still be a hard ass. I think it would be a good fit.
Hell yeah. I think it'd be a great fit.
So I don't know.
I just don't know if he would do it.
Yeah, but I mean, if two options are if you don't get a head coaching job, then you're going to sit out a year.
Right.
So, all right. So let's move on. The next one is Brandon Staley. And, I got a couple things that Green Rat sent me. And, the article I read again, he did well and for the Rams, but then moving over to the Chargers, 3 years there, calling the D himself. He was never above 20th. So,
this could get ugly, folks.
Yeah.
Only Green Rat could have signed.
I'm not wasting my time with fucking Green Rat's stupid ass comments. So if you're gonna come up and talk, we can come up and talk DCs, but I'm not going through that bullshit. But and just so you know, the fucking Vikings D was trash this year. It was fucking, if I remember correctly, it was 21st overall.
Trash.
I think that's what Omar said in their podcast. But anyway, don't matter. Back to Brandon Staley though. Look, man, as a head coach and calling the plays, they were never above 20th in overall defense. So I mean, look, he had Derwin James, he had fucking Nick Bosa. Bro, he had a shit ton of talent on that team and couldn't do anything with it. So
thumbs down on Staley.
All right, let me pull these up and get Spidey's opinion, and then we'll go to Big Philly.
That's just my opinion.
But go ahead, Irvin.
Oh shit.
Irvin.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, my bad. There you go. There you go. Show the first one. Oh, okay,
yeah,
so let's start with this one. So these are Brandon Staley's defensive ranks when he was the defensive coordinator for the Rams in 2020. First in total defense, first in passing yards allowed, first in passing touchdowns allowed, third in rushing yards allowed, sixth in rushing touchdowns allowed, and 11th in takeaways. So a pretty good year overall in that one lone year. And pretty much it shows you here the breakdowns between the different. Can you go a little bit up?
I gotta find the first one.
Spidey's done his homework, man. I love this shit. Go ahead, Spidey.
Hold on, I gotta. All right, there you go.
Okay, so basically, this is showing you the breakdown of the Rams defensive coordinator situation for the past 3 seasons from 2019 to 2021. The first one shows Wade Phillips, so obviously they're kind of they were 17 points allowed under Phillips. There were total yards allowed. There were 13 sacks, fourth with 50 sacks. They were middle of the pack. They were in the middle of the pack in blitz percentage, 16th. Hurries, they were second. Quarterback knockdowns, 29th. Pressure percentage of every quarterback dropback, they were fourth in the NFL. And missed tackles, 10th best with 98. And so now we go with Brandon Staley, which is his second year. So he was first in points allowed, like we said, first in total yards allowed. He was second in sacks. So we were first. I think we were second in sacks this year too. We set a franchise record for most sacks with around a similar number of sacks. So he was second in the NFL. The Rams were second in the NFL in sacks with 53. Blitz, obviously, being that he is a Fangio kind of acolyte, kind of student, right? He is 19th in blitz percentage, so he likes to create more organic pressure by sending 3 or 4 instead of blitzing. Hurry percentage and QB hurries, he was in QB hurry percentage, he was 30th in the NFL. Quarterback knockdowns, 21st. Amount of pressure they created per QB dropback was 17th in the NFL. Missed tackles, third best. So tackling wasn't an issue with him. Doesn't blitz that much. And obviously Raheem Morris was the DC in the Super Bowl run. Just to wrap this up, they were 15th in points allowed, 17th in total yards, 3rd in sacks, 4th in blitz percentage, 17th in hurry percentage, QB knockdown, 31st in the NFL, and 25th in pressure percentage. And they were not very good in they missed a lot of tackles, 119. So again, it was a little bit of downgrade when you went from Staley to Raheem Morris, but obviously Raheem Morris won the Super Bowl. So, and they went 12-5. And I just think with Staley, obviously, maybe it could be one of those situations where he's a better coordinator than he is a head coach, because with a head coach, he has to deal with more responsibility. He has to manage the whole entire team, personnel, coaching staff, etc. Right? So I guess, if you want somebody with experience who I think has had most success calling the Fangio defense out, other than Fangio himself, I think Staley could be your candidate. Obviously, Jalen Ramsey loves him. He's been saying, he's been kind of, vouching for him that he's had his best career numbers under Brandon Staley. So he could be a very good coaching candidate. But I don't know, bro. From what I saw against the Chargers, I don't know. It was bad.
He disappeared.
Who was the guy you were talking about? That's got experience with McDaniel. Who's that guy?
So his name is Malik Manuel, and so he was in 2016 with Mike McDaniel in Atlanta. Now, when Mike McDaniel left Atlanta, he went on to become the Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator from 2017 to from 2017 to 18, during which time they ranked 9th and 28th defensively, 8th and 25th points allowed respectively. But again, he overlapped. He coached for the Jets safety since 2001. He overlapped with McDaniel. But he was a defensive back for 8 years in the NFL, played for 6 different teams.
Where's he at now? Where's he at now?
He's with the Jets. He's the safeties coach for the Jets.
Oh, okay.
So again, he was a passing game pass rushing coordinator as well. So again,
you said he was Atlanta's DC for 2017 to 2018. That's experience right there. Maybe the guy's got something. I think we should take a pretty good look at that guy.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it is 1 year, really chemistry per se. I don't know. Big Philly, I'd like you to weigh in on that one. But we also, again, we've talked about it. We've got Wink Martindale. Oh, go ahead, Big Philly.
What happened? No, go ahead.
No, I was saying about Malik Manuel, who was the Falcons defensive coordinator from 2017 to 2018. In 2016, he was the linebackers coach and the pass rushing coordinator for the Falcons when Mike McDaniel was there in 2016. He's been the Jets safeties coach since 2021. What do you think about that during those 2 years? They were 9th and 23rd or 25th in overall defense and 8th and 24th in scoring defense during those 2 years.
I don't know shit about him, so I don't know.
Well, I was just saying, what do you think about the connection to Mike McDaniel, just overall, per se?
I mean, I think if anybody has more of a connection, it's Buddy from LA. So, I mean,
Staley?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would be a factor or not. Because it depends if he liked them or not. You don't know if they were cool or if they connected.
That's true.
Well, that's what I was saying, though. You don't know based on 1 year of them being together exactly, even if they were cool, how much chemistry is really built anyway. But that was something that I was trying to get your opinion on Brandon Staley, but I guess you were eating, and you're still hard, but you're good. Go ahead.
we're just trying to figure out who does McDaniel have experience with. Like, who's in his Rolodex? You know, if you're a really good head coach, you should have a list of people you could pull from. Huh? Where's that at?
They probably have it. They're working it.
They're working it. You think?
Yeah, they probably have that list. You know. Okay.
Yeah, Spidey, I got it. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna bring it up.
You're right, big fella. You're right. We just gotta be patient.
So again, you know, so what do you think as far as Brandon Staley, Big Philly?
I don't really like him too much. But you know, Ramsey did say something really cool. You know that had meaning, because at the end of the day, he is right. You know, it's not, you know, sometimes not every situation is for everybody. And you know, he was successful there with the Rams, and I acknowledge that. But then again, you had Ramsey at that time, and you also had, you know, Aaron Darnold. And that was when I think they had that good defense. So
yeah, they had Aaron Donald. They had Dominic and Sue.
Yeah, dude, they had a phenomenal defense. So
yeah,
it's kind of like one of those things with like Adam Gase, right? When they called him the quarterback whisperer, but dude, you were the quarterback coach for fucking Peyton Manning. Like, what do you expect?
Right.
So,
and it's the same thing of though when people try to say, "Oh, you know, he had less talent at the Chargers," but in reality, you have Nick Bosa, you got Derwin James. Bro, I don't want to hear that nonsense about he didn't have any fucking talent on that Chargers defense. Stop it.
Mad talent.
And the fact that he was there for 3 years, he was the play caller, and he still could not be better. He was never better than the 20th overall defense in all 3 of those years. Yeah, I'm not interested. So what do you guys think about Wink Martindale? Big Philly, go ahead.
I have no idea who the fuck that is.
He was the one that built that Baltimore defense from 2017 to 2019 when they were fucking balling. They were top 3 in scoring defense. They were top 5 in overall defense 3 out of the 4 years he was the DC there. Now, he was the DC for the Giants the last 2 years, and he didn't do so hot last year, but the year before he had a pretty decent they were in top 15, but he also fucking cursed out Brian Dable before he left.
You know, I'm gonna give you another guy. Another Baltimore Raven.
I like the Ravens.
This is a
trio.
I'm gonna go. Why not? Why not? You know, take a look at Rex Ryan.
Whoa.
I think Rex Ryan is too big of a fucking personality to shut and do the job. That's what I don't like, Rex. That's what I don't like about Rex.
Oh, sexy Rexy?
Sexy fucking Rex.
Sexy. You know, he would love the spotlight.
And he's also been out of the league for a while.
I could see Sexy Rexy and Mike McDaniel being kicked out the building at the end of the next year.
I think Rex Ryan would be into his feet or something, or his whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh, with Berrios still on the team, imagine that, Braxton Berrios and fucking Rex Ryan reuniting. Oh man, shit. That would be great. But
Sexy Rexy.
Go ahead, Spidey. You brought this up, so go ahead and introduce this because this is the first time I'm hearing of this motherfucker too.
Yeah, Ejiro Evero is kind of like a new name that I found. He was the DC. He's been a DC for a couple of years now. He was the DC of the Denver Broncos last season, 2022. They were 7th in total defense. And just this year, yes, it is the Carolina Panthers, but this year, as their defensive coordinator in 2023, they were 4th in total defense. So, despite being in really bad situations, he has produced and call top 10 defenses in this league. So I think he'd be one of those under the radar type of candidates. I know a lot of people haven't heard of him, but he's kind of like one of those up and coming guys in the league. Young, he's innovative, he's creative. I think he'll be a candidate the Dolphins should look into. One of those under the radar guys. So, yeah.
Sweet.
What do you think about that, Big Philly?
Who was it?
As you wrote,
Evro. He's the. I'll bring it back up.
I'm not looking at that right now. Hold on.
Yeah, no. So he was in 2022. He's the Denver Broncos DC. They were 7th in total defense. Last year he was with this year he's with the Panthers, and they were 4th in total defense. So even on shitty teams, he produced efficient fucking defenses.
but not very much talent either, right? And he still has them in the top 10 in total defense. That's pretty impressive. I don't know, bro. That guy. He's caught my eye recently. Like,
I like that. I like him too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about it is we've got a lot of candidates. Who's pulling the trigger on this hire? Is this all Chris
Mike
Greer?
McDaniel? No, Mike McDaniel.
I think it's Chris Greer. Bullshit. I think Chris Greer is the one that's making this call.
So you think he's the one with the balls in the relationship?
About Josh Boyer.
You would think Chris Greer would say, Mike McDaniel, go hire yourself a DC, bro. You know?
Yeah, but the thing is if that were the case, then why did fucking Greer force Josh McDaniel down fucking Mike McDaniel's throat? See, that doesn't make sense to me.
Force Josh McDaniel. What are you talking about?
Josh Boyer. He forced Josh Boyer down Mike McDaniel's throat.
That's what I'm saying. He forced Boyer down his throat. Now he forced Fangio down his throat. It's time for him to fucking back the fuck off.
Pause.
And say, Mike, go hire yourself a DC. Because I don't, and I hate to say it, I'm a McDaniel fan, but he's on the hot seat right now, guys. The way the season ended,
you had a point.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe
Big Phil, you think McDaniel's on the hot seat?
If he doesn't make the playoffs, yeah.
What about you?
I think I would say it's too early, but I think if he doesn't get a playoff win this season, I think he will be in the conversation of being in the hot seat. Yeah.
Bleezy, you think he's in the hot seat? I think I'm in line with Big Philly now. Yeah, and you, Spidey, too. I think that the pressure is on for him to win a playoff game, but at the same time, if he makes it to the playoffs and say, again, we get a first-round exit, who's to say that the excuse or the reasoning behind giving him a fourth year, which we all know Ross has a history of sticking with guys for 3 years. The only exception is Philbin, who Philbin got 3 years and 4 games. So, yeah, I mean, the trend is set. But the thing is he would be the only fucking Dolphins coach since Don Shula to get to the playoffs 3 years in a row.
And that's what I'm saying. We can't. He's kind of set a bar, where if he goes next year, we don't make the playoffs for some reason, the fans are going to look at it at the finished product, saying, "What are we doing with this guy?" I don't know.
And I think Big Philly's correct in that aspect. So, yeah, I mean,
continuity is good with coaches, man. You got to hang on to. You got to be patient. I hate to say it.
Yeah, and that's kind of something that we've addressed. Back when I was doing shows on Big Phillies is, we had the conversation about how in the fuck do you expect a rebuild to happen, a team to be, built and what's the word? Fucking developed.
Develop all that.
After 3 fucking years you recycle, then you're doing, these players are learning new schemes, new this, new that, new this.
Contracts pop up, coaching changes. There's a lot of shit going on.
So yeah, man.
It's gonna be a really important offseason, man. It's, in my opinion, we got a lot of shit going on in house, man. This is when Chris Greer is going to show us what he's made of. He
him and Brandon Shore.
You don't want to ask CT. You don't want to ask CT that. What he's made out of.
On down that rabbit hole tonight.
Nope.
On down that rabbit hole tonight.
Christopher Aloysius Greer, remember Philly?
He's gonna pop off.
Aloysius.
Hey, you know what they say, man? They say for an NFL franchise, for the fans to be happy. I heard this guy Pat Kerwin saying, he's an NFL guru. He said you either have to have hope, or you have to win. It's one of the two. And we just got our ass kicked towards the end of the year, so we were really not winning, even though we did make the playoffs and had a decent year. You're not going to tell a Dolphins fan that we're ended, And then the other one is hope. And when you see Fangio walk out the door out of nowhere, I think all the fans were sitting here saying, "Okay, is it McDaniel or is it Tua?" Blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, Fangio walks out the door. We're like, "What the fuck? Where'd that come? Where'd that come from?" We thought we were good with him. And so it's crazy the way it all developed.
Yes, sir. I mean, we still have candidates again. Sean Desai from the Eagles, even though he sucked dick and got fucking demoted 5 or 6 games into the fucking season. I mean, you got Campanelli from us, our linebackers coach in house.
That could really happen, Campanelli. I could see that happening.
Ron Rivera is another one.
Okay, Ron Rivera is another good one. I mean, there's a bunch, man. And
hey, Big Philly.
We hired Fangio. Can't get any older than that.
Oh, yeah. Big Philly, what do you think about Campanelli? I think Campanelli could end up happening. Keep it in-house.
The only issue with Campanelli is that he's never called plays.
That's not true. He was co-defensive coordinator at Michigan and at where was the other one? Fuck, man.
Aloysius.
Yeah, he fucking wishes he's still gonna have a job. At Boston College as well in 2018. 19. So now, does he have NFL play calling experience? No, but he does have play calling experience.
I still can't get over the fact that he chose Chubb over Roquan Smith and chose Eichenberg over Creed Humphrey.
Dude,
yeah, our GM has balls of steel. That's why we're hoping that if he goes swimming, he'll drown himself.
He's got a fucking brain of steel.
Aloysius.
Aloysius.
Again, like I said, he's gonna be fucking wishing he has a fucking job at the end of this fucking off season, as fucked as it's gonna be.
Oh man,
Aloysius is fucked.
Now, the funny thing about that though is, if you guys remember, and we had this this conversation about GMs and how the coaches have 3 years. But the GMs have 7-8 years. All of them have 7-8 years before they're gone, and that goes fuck. Yeah, and that's even going back prior to Ross. That's going all the way back to fucking Heising.
He's been a GM
goddamn.
since 2016 and not one playoff win.
It's like running
That's
a business, man. It's like running a business. How bad do you have to run it into the ground before you make a change? You know, run that bitch. Run it in.
Son of a bitch.
Aloe wishes he had a Dolphins card.
Go ahead and run this bitch in the ground, Aloysius. Fuck it.
Shit.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like.
Shout out to Nene.
Aloysius is fucking this thing up. He's been doing
Shout
it
out
for
to
years.
Nene.
Shout out to Nene. I hear represent Nene. I'm down with Nene. She's got strong takes. I'm down with her. I wish she would come on our panel sometime. We got to get her on here. I'll give her an invite on Twitter, but she's got great takes, man.
Yeah.
But Aloysius, I mean, you know, when you really start breaking it down, how do you not point the finger at the fucking management, man?
Yeah.
You know?
And I think but that's been so. And that's what I've tried to make the point. Remember, we've talked about this. These issues, they go across multiple coaching or head coaches. They transcend multiple GMs, and some of these problems even fucking transcend Ross being the fucking owner. So
multiple GMs.
Right. It's multiple coaches, multiple GMs, and fucking multiple owners. So I don't even know who the fuck to blame anymore.
You sound like Keynes right now, CT.
I'm just saying. I mean, that everybody wants
that
to
is true though. It is true, CT. It is true though.
Everybody wants to point at Ross. Oh, Ross, such a shitty owner, bro. We've been having these same problems before. Ross is
shitty owner. Ross is sitting there with a fucking open checkbook. You know,
yeah.
I'm not blaming Ross. He's fucking willing to cut a check wherever he needs to.
That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true.
It's fucking the people.
He's not that great of an owner because he's been stuck in these fucking scandals and
all this stuff.
Right. But yeah.
You're right about scandal. No, that's bullshit. It's one fucking scandal by one fucking asshole. They got pissed off because he sucks as a head coach. He's a fucking good DC, but he's not a people person, and he rubs people the wrong way, and then he got fucking pissed off because he got fired. Now, again, we've been over the bullshit. I'm not fucking rehashing it, but again,
although you're right, Stephen
time he's been caught in one fucking scandal, and it came all down to fucking Brian fucking fucktard Flores.
Stephen Ross is the one putting up with Aloysius.
I disagree, CT. I disagree. It's been going on way before Flores.
Stephen Ross is the one putting up with Aloysius's wishes.
But anyways, I the only thing I like about Ross is he's willing to spend the money and bring whatever
he's got an open checkbook. But
that's the only thing I like about Ross, and he has
Chris Greer
improved.
It's almost like Chris Greer's got him by the nuts, man. He's like, okay, Chris.
Yeah, I will give Ross credit that he does spend money on upgrading the stadium, the practice facility. You know, he's really to bring elite talent here to the team, try to win. So I'll give him that.
The shit that he does in the community, the shit that he does.
Absolutely.
The thing is you can't fucking blame. Now, if you want to blame him for fucking continuing to allow Greer to be the GM, then okay. Then that's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Only thing.
But that's the only thing that you can argue about him being a bad owner.
Again, CT, that's not all of it. There's been plenty of examples, but again, I'm just gonna stay.
Like what?
Well, the fact that he went behind of a head coach that was still the head coach, and he was interviewing, another potential head coach.
Harbaugh,
yeah, and he went to play.
Do you not fucking see? That argument is fucking naive. Do you really think that he's the only fucking owner that's ever done that?
Again, like I said, I have my opinion about Ross. It's mixed. I
Him
understand
and
he's
Harbaugh. Okay. Other than him mixing around with Harbaugh, what has Ross done that's bad? I don't give a fuck either way. I'm just curious. Yeah, I know the yacht thing and the Flores, but Ross seems like it's hard to point the finger at Ross. To me, is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying he's the
Can
sole
you
person to
point the
blame.
finger at
He's not the
Ross for
sole
going
person to.
So
CT,
Ross goes
he's this.
after Harbaugh to make to bring in a coach that he thinks is going to fucking help him win, but you're bitching about that. And
I'm
the
not
same
bitching
thing,
about it. CT, I'm
no,
not bitching
I'm not
about
saying
it.
you. I'm not
It's
saying you. I'm saying other people who have, like they've
General.
said, "Oh,
Right.
why would you go do that?" Are you going to blame him for trying to go get a good coach? Now, if you want to blame him and say, "Well, you were stupid because you got caught doing it," okay, that's a fair
that's
argument.
that is my argument. Yeah, that you got you got caught doing it.
Yeah, because it's the
And he
same
got
thing
caught
with the Brian
tampering, too.
Flores thing with the yacht thing or whatever. Okay, well, are you going to blame him for wanting to get Tom Brady here? I don't. But yes, I could blame him for being dumb enough to fucking to fucking do it with Brian Flores when you knew Brian
and that's my
Flores is a
point.
fucking snitch.
Exactly, and that's my point. Ross is it's not that he's a bad person at all. I think he's naive sometimes and he's clueless. That's his problem.
Bingo.
That's his problem. That's the problem.
He's clueless. I don't think it's that. I think it's he's so used to in the business world, in the real estate world, that when you do these backdoor fucking deals, that shit don't come out because other people are doing the same shit. But what he doesn't realize is the NFL is backhanded. People will fucking tell you they're going to keep quiet.
33 other owners. You got 30. You got 33 other owners watching them like a hawk.
And not only that, but it also like there was another example that I kind of like. Ross did give he overreacted and gave Jeff Ireland, a 3-year extension when they went 3-0 in the 2013 season.
Well, you know that Jeff Ireland used to work for one of his companies. That's why him and what's his name, the guy that was before Chris Greer, the other one, Garfinkel. Garfinkel was a CEO for another one of his companies too. The problem is he had loyalty to his business guys, and it didn't translate to the NFL because your tactics that work in real estate aren't necessarily going to work in the NFL business world.
In the NFL with all those fucking old school.
It's the people that want to rat people out. Where in the real estate business, if you go behind people's backs, you go try to make a deal to fucking get something cheaper or whatever. People don't go out and fucking blackmail people and whatever, where that's exactly what Brian Flores did is, look, man, I'm going to do everything I can to fucking help you win and whatever. But then you get disgruntled, I fire you, and then you want to go fucking try to blackmail me and fucking be a snitch. That's the problem.
You get sued. I wonder if the other owners look at Stephen Ross and say, dude, you're out of control.
Yeah, bro, that's
my only problem with Stephen Ross. My only problem with Stephen Ross.
Look at the problems, and my bad, Spidey. But you got Dan Snyder out here. You got the fucking bro. There are way worse fucking owners that the other owners are like. Stephen Ross is the worst, the least of our fucking worries.
And that's my thing with Stephen Ross, right? Like Stephen Ross, every time they break a rule, right? Every time the Dolphins get caught in some sort of scandal, he's the example that they set when it comes to breaking a rule. Like when the NFL comes and punishes somebody, right? And they enforce their they make an example of Stephen Ross and punish him. And then Daniel Snyder, they kind of give him a kind of a fucking pass in a way.
Yeah, well, see, that's
he got literally caught. You know what I'm saying? He literally got caught harassing cheerleaders and treating them kind of like escorts in a way, et cetera, et cetera. And what did he do? Just sell the team, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but look at Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones got caught in his bullshit. I mean, look at Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay just fucking almost killed himself with a fucking overdose.
Right.
Okay, so I guess the question of the
Jim
night could
Irsay got how many fucking DUIs? He had like 7 fucking DUIs.
You know, the conspiracy theory people talk about all the old school teams like Green Bay and fucking Dallas, and all the old owners are the ones that are really in cahoots with the NFL. But I really don't believe that. You know, I don't know.
I believe that it's the good old boys club. Not necessarily that it's about race or anything, but it's the I know these owners. These owners have been owners for 40 years. You know, I could talk to these other owners and I trust them. I know that, you know, oh, we're going to have each other's back. Now, these newer owners who have only been around for 10, 15 years, fuck that. You know, if we need a scapegoat, we're going to make these other guys the scapegoat.
CT, do you remember back in the Harbaugh? And this is what bothered me a little bit about the NFL, because I'm remembering right now that the reason that Harbaugh didn't go to Miami was because Miami didn't interview a minority candidate, right? They didn't satisfy the Rooney Rule, so it kind of like nullified the whole Jim Harbaugh move to the Dolphins, because the Dolphins didn't they didn't interview enough minority candidates.
I remember that.
In order to satisfy the Rooney Rule, you have to interview at least one candidate that is not, per se, it's a minority. It's not white. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the thing is, though, that alone wasn't the reason, because it came out later on that he didn't want to leave. He wanted to leave.
That too.
At the end, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to fucking use it as a leverage tool.
I'm not a Patriots fan. Fuck the Patriots.
I mean, hey, at this point, man, whether you want to believe, you want to blame Ross, Greer, the players, Mike McDaniel,
plenty of blame to go around.
I'm trying to fucking blame.
I mean,
but at the end of the day, it doesn't change that this team cannot be a complete team. That is the fucking problem with this team. We can never be a complete team. Whether it's fucking offense being good, defense being bad, defense being good, offense being bad, special teams being bad all the fucking time.
What about
has Stephen Ross ever got caught, getting a happy ending?
Negative. Nah. Jim Irsay has a shit ton of DUIs. He almost fucking killed himself in an overdose like 2 days ago.
Alcoholic. Yep.
You got Dan Snyder fucking, sexually harassing women and fucking cheerleaders. You had Jerry Jones, where Jerry Jones, they got caught for inappropriate, allowing people to have inappropriate access to the cheerleaders' locker room. They had him fucking out here suing a 19-year-old girl who knows that he is her father outside of wedlock. Jerry Jones cheated on his wife and had a fucking kid. And when she came out and tried to acknowledge that she was his child, he sued her and tried to fucking get her to shut the fuck up.
Jerry. God damn, Jerry.
And the thing is so all these other fucking owners and shit can do all this fucked up shit, and none of them get punished. Fuck Robert Kraft and the Rub-a-Tugs. You got fucking all the Spygate, fucking Deflategate, all this bullshit. So you give Tom Brady a 4-game suspension. Bill Belichick doesn't get suspended. You think that Bill Belichick didn't know they were deflating balls? Just like the Spygate thing. You don't think Bill Belichick knew what they were fucking doing? Like, come on, bro. It's fucking
They
ridiculous.
took around and they took away a first round draft pick because of that stupid ass whatever it was, meeting on the yacht. Is that why they took away our first?
Well, yeah, technically, yes. But we all know that was a charade. No, the reason they took the first pick is they didn't want to acknowledge whether or not the situation of what Brian Flores alleges about the tanking thing. So they can't punish Ross for the tanking thing because the NFL knows that if they admit that that was really happening, that they have a whole nother world of problems with betting and gambling and all that other bullshit. So they said, we're not going to punish you for that. We're not going to punish you for that, but we're going to punish you for this tampering, and we're going to extra punish you for the tampering so that we can punish you for the quote unquote tanking. But the fucked up part about that is so you're going to punish us for tanking, but when other fucking teams have blatantly fucking tanked, it's okay.
Right now.
It's okay. That's my whole point. So when other teams blatantly tank, it's okay, but you're going to make it whether or not, he offered to pay Flores to tank. That's bullshit.
Is that why we lost our first round draft pick? Because of tampering with Flores and on the fucking yacht? Is that why we lost it? Because I think that's what they're talking about with Philly and Fangio right now.
Yeah, but the thing is Philly fucking tampered last year too, and they had a third rounder taken away. So if it's a first offense for fucking both teams, why does one get a first rounder taken away and one get a third rounder taken away? And on top of that,
that's a big difference.
If Philly gets fucking proven to have tampered twice in 2 years and they don't get a first rounder taken away, bro, you can see it's blatantly obvious that there's a fucking bias in the NFL for certain teams and certain owners.
I'm marking this tape right here. That's fucking spot on.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I like Ross, man. He means well. I think he's just. I think some of those mistakes comes with just being new to the whole ownership of an NFL team. It's just there's definitely some obstacles that that he had to overcome. But he's still growing. He's still learning, and he just wants to win, and I respect that. Again, like I still have not really a love-hate relationship, just like my relationship with Stephen Ross has its ups and downs as a fan, but again, I know he means well. I know he has a goal, and that's winning Super Bowl, and he's tried everything he can. I also give him a lot of credit because he's transformed the city of Miami Gardens. Miami Gardens used to be really poor. They still have problems with crime, but he's definitely created a lot of jobs. He's created a lot. He's definitely raised the poverty. The city from the poverty level. The stadium. Yeah, he's brought a lot of business. So kudos to Stephen Ross on that. Yeah. So with the whole thing with F1. Bringing in the Miami Open to from Key Biscayne to Miami Gardens.
Tennis, soccer, Formula One.
Yeah, so I really appreciate him. He's really because I live near Miami Gardens, so and I grew up around that area. So I'm really proud of what he's done for the city, and I thank him for it. So
yeah, that's cool.
So, what do you think? What do you think about Ross?
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Oh my God! Finally, Green Rat shows the. Isn't it past the old man's bedtime? It's fucking 11 o'clock.
Hit the fan now.
One more minute till bedtime, boys. One more minute.
Oh,
Don't you got a Giants? Did you have like a Lions game to catch or 49ers game to catch?
Well, I got this deal of $199 for a
Ravens,
Panthers
Chiefs.
card for you, Irvin.
Not interested. Not interested.
So, Green Rat, what do you think about the Ross conundrum?
I think Ross is a great owner. Just straight out flat. I mean, he's doing what every other fucking owner's doing. We just happen to get fucking caught because we had a non-moral fucking head coach go crybaby on us.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Let me tag that tape right there too.
That's right. He's the one that gets caught.
Yeah, he's talking shit about Flo. We gotta cut that.
Yeah.
Play that back later.
No, but that's well said. I mean, I was trying to kind of wonder if are we outside of the good old boy network? What do you think about that, Green Rat? Stephen Ross
I don't believe in the good old boy crap.
with the Green Bays and the Pittsburghs and the freaking Giants. Who else?
Well, as far as Mike McDaniel, what you guys touched on earlier, he needs to have it be at least here 5 to 10 years. I don't give a shit what we do, win or lose or whatever. It's time to have a coach, like a Mike Tomlin or the Chin or somebody here.
And honestly, I agree with you. But if they were going to do that, they should come out and say that. Tell the fans that, so the fans don't go nuts next year when we don't make the playoffs. We need to know expectation.
I just think
because I think we should stick with.
I
them.
don't
Go
see
ahead.
any way we don't make the playoffs next year. I guess I don't know why you're thinking that we shouldn't. I mean, our offense is going to be as potent as it was. The schedule looks a little easier than it was this year. The players on the defense, hopefully we get most of them back that we want. We should be all right.
And Cam Smith's gonna be unlocked, baby. Let's go. Fucking Gamecock
Only
pride.
Flo
Let's
can
go.
unlock Cam Smith.
I think I've fallen victim to what they say. You remember December. Maybe I'm falling victim to that.
So go back and look at our record since Tua has been a Dolphin in December.
What is it? I don't know. I just know we got our ass kicked. That's the last few weeks of the year. That's all I know.
I think we're like 8-8 or something.
That's
It's
what
not like we get our asses kicked in December every fucking year.
I just remember this past year.
Oh, we're what, 500?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, Green Rat. You either win or you have hope. So how do you feel
So
about?
Tua is 9-7 in December games in his career.
There you go.
How hopeful? Green Rat just said that he thinks we're making the playoffs next year. So that's all I need to hear.
I agree
Why
with that,
wouldn't
and
we?
agrees too. It comes down to though. People fucking they get so centered around you make the playoffs. I want the championship, but you have to have a consistent winner before you can develop a fucking Super Bowl winning team.
Right.
That's the problem. Is people are
It isn't impossible to do the other way, but very, very, very unlikely.
Exactly. And it's that microwave society where people want instant fucking gratification. And that's where it goes back to this whole Ross and fucking Huizinga did it too. We went back that one show and almost every fucking one of the coaches with one or two exceptions get 3 years, and that's it. Joe Philbin was one. He got 3 years and 4 games. And I think the other exception was Wannstedt, I think, because Wannstedt got 4 years. But other than that, that's it. Everybody else, 3 fucking years. How do you expect somebody to change the what is it, the culture, and change a scheme and get players in to fit said scheme and to have continuity with players and the scheme in a 3-year fucking period with offensive coordinators, defense coordinators in and out, with this person in and out, and then, oh shit, we got a new coach. Now we're starting all over a fucking again.
That's why you stay with the same head coach, no matter who goes in and out. On all the rest of the positions, you keep the head coach, and you move forward.
Yeah,
What do you think about
that? In the same way, I'm going to keep my Dolphins card. What were you saying, CT?
You have no Dolphins card.
I was saying, what do you think about what he said?
$1.99 for a Panthers card.
What were you saying, CT? My bad.
I was saying, what do you think about Green Rat's, position?
About Mike McDaniel? I think, yeah, bro. I mean, I think continuity is very important to a football team because, such as retaining Mike McDaniel, because I kind of want to see Mike McDaniel, despite his faults as a play caller and certain things that he needs to grow in as in his scheme or et cetera, as a head coach in general. I think he's shown a lot of progress in, under his tenure. Like we've never had a top 10 offense since 1995, right? In his first year, he makes the Dolphins number 6 in total offense, and then this year they're number 1 in total offense. So I would like to see him with this offense and see him grow as a play caller and see where he's at as like I just said, as a play caller, as an offensive game planner, whatever, as a head coach in year 4 or year 5 to see where he's at. And and the Dolphins have been in back-to-back playoff wins appearances. So
Right.
I would say that's progress. I mean, compared to all the head coaches that we've had in the past, I mean,
Exactly.
that's progress. So I think, we've always been in a position to win the division the past 2 years. It's just that certain things, just whether it's injuries, whether it's just bad execution by the players or there's certain little things here and there. I think he's always been on the cusp of doing something great. I just think he needs health on his side. I think he needs to, like I said, evolve more as a play caller and more as a head coach and become better in getting the plays out in time and getting better at challenging and getting better at personnel, retaining coaches, and just building that coaching tree. I just think continuity is key. I think we never had under like Ross, like CT said, you can't really blame Ross. There's only a certain extent that you could blame Ross, right? And I think every time, it didn't matter what GM is here, right? Chris Greer, whatever. We never have a head coach past 3 years. I think the longest tenure we had was probably Tony Sperano, right?
And that was Dave Wannstedt.
Was it Dave Wannstedt? Thank you.
And Dave Wannstedt is the last coach in 2000 and 2001 that has back-to-back playoff appearances.
Right. So, like I said, I think that
goes back to when Huizenga was still the fucking owner of the Dolphins. So
you look
it's
at
not
that.
a fucking Ross issue.
Right. TT, what else?
The only Ross issue is that he's agreeing to whatever Chris Greer is proposing. That's problem.
Chris Greer, I think should get. I think you guys are right. I think Chris Greer should get more blame than Ross because Ross is the one that signs the check. Chris Greer is the one that is in charge of management, right? The roster, the drafting, scouting, etc.
Yeah.
So, more responsibility has to be put on his plate. But I was saying with Mike McDaniel, I just think the whole point is that, since Wannstedt, we really haven't had a head coach, lasting longer than 3 years here, right? So I think that we just need to stay put, and just allow Mike McDaniel to,
Be patient.
he's only in his second year. Just be patient and give him more time to establish his culture, establish his mentality, everything, and he's still got to grow as a head coach.
Hey, Spidey, I totally agree with you. The only problem with that, and you already know, we got a Ferrari built. We had a Ferrari built this past year. We're ready to win.
That's the thing. That's the thing, and that's the thing, and that's kind of like the factor driving all this is that we're in a win now mode with all this talent, right? There's a Ferrari in the garage, but if you don't know how to fucking drive it, you're gonna get replaced by a guy who can,
We got a guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got a guy that didn't know how to drive the Ferrari,
right.
It's like, and we talked about this before. Somebody giving the keys to a Ferrari to a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
That kid, man, he may have been badass driving around that go-kart track. He's probably a great fucking go-kart driver. And so you're going to give him the keys to a Ferrari? Well, it's going to take him a little bit, man. It's going to take him a couple years.
I don't even think it's that per se. I think it's more of, I think a better analogy is not necessarily, to a 16-year-old, but not about the go-kart. It's okay. You can, rip up and down the road on straightaways. Yeah, you can fucking hit that clutch and switch those gears. But when it comes to the fucking turns and shit, you don't have enough experience to know what the fuck you're doing. And that's where I think that Mike McDaniel benefited from Vic Fangio in this single year, because again, it gave him the opportunity. Say contract shit was going up. You think that he's going to Greer and going, oh, how should I handle this with players? No, because Greer isn't worried about the players. He's worried about the organization. And so as a coach, you have to be the one that is there to deal with the blowback from when management disrespects a player by lowballing them on a contract or whatever. But you're the one that still has to coach them and get them better despite what's happening with the front office. And so there are things that Mike McDaniel has learned from what is going on. Sway, drop the link again for Sway.
I got the measuring tape. I got the measuring tape.
Yes, sir. But yeah, it comes down to, you can't sit here and say that Greer is a bad GM if you're going to make the argument that Mike McDaniel is the one that he selected, and then you got to turn around. Okay, well, at the same time, there are certain things each individual person can control, right? So can Mike McDaniel control the freak injuries? Now, we're not going to talk. We could talk about the injuries that weren't freak per se, but they're freak injuries. And obviously, it depleted the defense at a fucking inopportune time.
And I added that to the context, CT, in terms of his evaluation as the head coach. That's a factor that I'm not going to blame him for. And I think that's one of the things that it gives him the reason for, like, hey, that could help his argument that, yes, I think we should give him time and not use those injuries to determine his success in the postseason, like last year and the year before.
Yeah, which is irony because Tua is injured in the first fucking playoff appearance, and in the second playoff appearance, who wasn't injured? And at that point, you had 6 fucking defensive starters fucking out for the year.
Right. But I will say that another thing that could determine Chris Greer's future and Mike McDaniel's, besides their playoff success, etc. It's Tua too, because they've been saying on the press conference that they want to keep Tua here long term. That's the goal, and they're I wouldn't say maybe to some degree they are tied to the hip with him, because even though Mike McDaniel didn't draft Tua, the reason why he got the job was because he sold Chris Greer and Stephen Ross that he could fix Tua, turn him around, that he could put the weapons around him, and basically boost up the ROI that the Dolphins originally thought that they were going to get when they drafted him 5th overall. Even though that, yes, I understand that he had the hip injury, it was going to affect them first couple of years, but again, they were in the Watson chase, right? They were going after Brady behind the scenes. So again, Mike McDaniel has hitched himself to the Tua wagon. So, and another thing is that he goes into the next offseason after Tua leads the league in passer rating. He goes like, he even went to the stress of like, Tua asked himself, "Hey, do I suck?" And he went through the challenge. He went through the duty of putting together 700 clips of highlights and tape to show that Tua didn't suck as he originally thought, right? That he's actually a pretty good player, and not only that, but he also went on Mike Silver telling him that that he went around the Dolphins building showing everybody, I think we have a gold mine, and that he believed that Tua was the perfect quarterback to run his system. So those kind of comments and the amount of investment that they made in Tua by trading for Tyreek Hill, bringing in Armstead and Connor Williams and all that stuff, like they are hitched to Tua. They are hitched to Tua. So that I think Tua's success is key to their.
But and my bad. But my thing is, and I know where you're going, and I agree to an extent. But at the same time, it shows the failures. So Mike McDaniel came in and did what he promised, right? He told them, "I'm going to fucking turn Tua around, yada yada yada." But at the same time, it's Chris Greer bringing in overinflated contracts, signing guys who are fucking injury prone, a la Teron Armstead. You got, let's sign Connor Williams, but put him at guard. Or put him at center instead of letting him play guard. Like, these are things that are on fucking Chris Greer.
Let's go back to what Irv was saying about hiring McDaniel. I think part of McDaniel's sales pitch was he's going to make Tua work. And I think Chris Greer ate that.
Exactly.
I think that's what they wanted to hear.
Right, exactly. And that's how they hitched themselves to that wagon. That's how they hitched themselves to that wagon. And even like, I don't want to listen, I will say Chris Greer is going to be blamed to an extent, but Mike McDaniel is the one that's making those decisions to go after Teron Armstead, because he's similar to the player that he had in Trent Williams, right, in San Francisco, and the way he used him in his scheme, right? Connor Williams, he was the one that made that decision to switch him from guard to center, because he thought he had
that was Jean-Pierre's decision. Sorry.
Again, but he is the head coach, so at the end of the day, that's his decision and his decision alone.
Well, it is, and that's part of the reason that I've given McDaniel shit, is he was able to develop or bring in high-quality staff members when it came to OC quarterback coach, obviously with a wide receiver coach in Wes Welker, but
Frank Smith too. Because he was an offensive line coach and running game coordinator with the Chargers.
Yeah, but I was saying he's our OC. That's I've already addressed.
It's all offense.
What I'm saying is where he fucked up. Because that's not necessarily true. He's the one that fucking convinced Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain to come here.
Okay.
It was him. It was Mike McDaniel.
The whole point, though, is where he failed as far as staff is concerned. One, special teams coordinator. But I digress on that one. We beat that one. But it's the O-line. You had Applebum. You had fucking Jean-Pierre. Like, you know, you finally made
He retained him as an assistant offensive line coach.
Yeah, but he fucking allowed him to come and hoping that he's going to learn under Butch Berry, which, again, the jury's still out on Butch Berry. Given the fucking circumstances,
we went through the stats, too. We went through the stats, too, that it's not that different from what Applebaum was doing. Like, and we'll probably do that for another show. Like, I don't want to, give that up, but maybe if we do another show, we'll probably cover like the stats regarding the offensive line and the receivers. Like we talked about why we need a third receiver. And I'll show you that in the EPAs, like man coverage versus zone, etc. I don't want to we'll go over that if you guys want to, but yeah,
absolutely. But all I was trying to say was, though, that's really, I feel like, the only major mistake as far as position coaches go is the lack of ability to identify an O-line coach. But at the same time, is it a talent issue? Because again, we've gone through multiple O-line coaches. Is it a talent issue based on what Grier's providing? Because if you're going to tell me that it was Mike McDaniel's decision to keep Eichenberg, to keep fucking Austin Jackson, to keep fucking what was it, Lester? No, it's, bro, I drafted these two guys. You gotta fucking keep playing them. The fact that you literally continue to force Mike McDaniel to play fucking players that you've drafted. And this is what I said. It doesn't make any sense that so Mike McDaniel was able to be influenced by Grier to continue to deal with Eichenberg and Austin Jackson, but Chris Grier didn't influence fucking Mike McDaniel and Vic Fangio to play Cam Smith.
It comes back to Mike McDaniel sold himself.
That's true. That's a good point, CT.
That's a great point, CT. But to me, it comes back to Mike McDaniel sold himself that he's going to make Tua work.
And he has. But that's the thing. But he has. So he's held up. He's held up that end of the deal. The problem is he going to be able to figure out, and it all comes back to the same fucking point. Are we going to field a complete fucking team? That's it. That's what it all comes back to.
But my only extent, like my only scope of blaming Grier, like I said, like he's been like, if you ask guys like, what's his face, the report Barry Jackson, right? When you ask guys like Travis Wingfield, like they've explained that Chris Grier acts as a facilitator. Like whatever their coaches ask him to do, he'll go out there and get them, depending on what they want for their scheme and personnel, and he'll go get it. So you have to kind of draw the line where you want to blame him, because again, he serves that role as a facilitator,
bro.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. And I agree, but we've had this argument as well.
So I agree.
Josue, this is a huge move for us right now. This could be the difference between McDaniel being fired at the end of this coming up season.
So what were you saying, CT?
So I just wanted to fit. No, you're fine. I just want to finish this thing, and we're going to move on. What I was trying to say is, and I agree, we've had this conversation on multiple platforms, multiple shows with the people up here. I understand Grier is a facilitator, but then that's part of the problem. So if that's the case, and Grier is just a facilitator, and you're continuing Grier and Stephen Ross to choose the wrong coaches to facilitate for, then you're the fucking problem.
The Sheagles. Yeah, that's true. I guess so, if you want to see it that way.
But you get what I'm saying, though. So you can't say that it's all on the coach, right? Oh, the coach, the coach, the coach.
I hear you.
Because the GM fucking hired him.
That's true. That's true. When you put it that way, yeah.
Now, like I said, man, I'm tired of trying to figure out who to blame and more looking to try to.
Maybe the
come up
problem is us. Maybe we expect too much from this franchise.
You're right, right? You're right.
The
Expectation.
problem is
Oh,
Cam
man.
Smith. He brought bad mojo into the fucking Dolphins. locker.
Stop. Stop.
Hey,
Yes, Smith
hey,
is
you know
that.
what the problem? Hey, hang on.
He had too big of a cock for little Dick Vic.
Yep.
That's the
Yes.
reason that little Dick
Yes.
Vic didn't like Cam Smith, because he had a big dick. And it even makes Josue jealous because
Little Dick
Josue's
energy.
measuring tape wasn't big enough.
Nope. Exactly. CT.
Josue done bullshit. Hang on, real quick, if y'all don't mind. This is what I wrote down. I watched Raheem Mostert's one of his videos he posted last week, recapping the season. And this is a few of the words that how he described the Dolphin, not just his season. He said we had a masterful season. And then blah, 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 blah. He said that we had a magical season. We had a very special season. And he mentioned the number one ranked offense.
Here we go. That bullshit. That's that's what Color says. It's good marketing. They're selling you a good. They're trying to sell you a good product. But what happened? What happened as the end result? One of the biggest collapses ever in Dolphin history. So.
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, losing 3 games is not one of the biggest collapses. Fuck. Brian Flores lost 7 in a fucking row. So let's not fucking exaggerate. Just like we went 1-15. So let's not fucking exaggerate. That's my fucking
what's weird
problem.
to me though is the fact that the player. I think the players and the coaches think that we had a really good season. And then if you look at the fans, we're ready to rip somebody's head off.
Bro, we were
like,
9-3, 3 games ahead of Buffalo, okay, with a chance to fucking win the AFC East. And we go 11-6, and we don't win. And then when we had a chance to secure the number 2 seed, at least we had a chance to secure the number 1 seed. We failed. We got blown out by the Ravens. And then the second time we had a chance, we had an opportunity to get the number 2 seed and secure the home field advantage, except for the number 1 seed. At least we host multiple playoff games, and we failed at that too. We choked at the end. We threw an interception, and then the playoff game. Guess what? We ended up going to frigid KC and getting our ass kicked. So no, that season was a fucking failure. Don't try to sell me a bunch of false.
Don't even
lies.
apply for a fucking Dolphins card for 2 years now.
Shit, give him a double card.
No, I spoke it like a true Dolphins fan, okay?
Yeah.
I don't buy the team propaganda.
Oh, Jesus. Now we got fucking Color Jr. on here.
Now, I agree
Really?
with Josue, though. I mean, the problem is look, and yes, the offense had their issues too. We've already held Mike McDaniel accountable. We've held fucking Tua accountable. We've held fucking Tyreek accountable for dropping balls and fumbling shit. The thing is that Baltimore game, I'm sorry, but Fangio lost us that game. Period. End of story. The defense lost us that game. The Buffalo game, the defense lost us that game. Does that mean that Tua didn't have something to do with it? Mike McDaniel and the play calling, the offensive efficiency and execution? Absolutely. But we've also given the same fucking argument about how the offense and defense both played well, put us in position to win, a la the fucking the Bills game, right? The last Bills game, until the fucking Danny Crossman and the special teams give up a fucking punt return touchdown. So it all goes back to my point of, when the fuck are we going to be a fucking complete team?
Well, it comes back to hiring a good DC. That's what McDaniel's got the offense covered.
But that's not part. But what I'm saying is the defense and offense, given the circumstances in that Bills game, right? We had an opportunity to win. We were winning 14-7. We were running the ball. The game plan was all up until the punt return for the touchdown.
Yep.
So, again, it comes down to a complete fucking team.
Well, I mean, I think
that's true.
why we're
But
looking for
again, everybody had blame, right? Everybody had blame. I don't think there's one person to blame in general. I'm just saying, but look at this. I mean, they did limit the fucking Bills to 14 offensive points, and they limited the Chiefs to 16 and 19 for most of that game. And the number one ranked offense in football, right? Number 2 in scoring, number 1 in total yards, number 1 in passing yards, 6 in total rushing yards. They couldn't fucking muster. They could only muster 14 points against Buffalo and 7 points against fucking Kansas City. And that's the number one offense. And you shit the bed.
Are we really going to continue to fight this fucking KC game in -30 to fucking degree weather? Are we really going to keep this up?
I'm just saying.
Wins.
His point was it was multiple games.
Yeah, but it was sunny and it was 60 degrees in Miami, and we fucking shit the bed. Like, I'm not going to use the weather as an excuse.
I agree, and I didn't disagree with that. I said there was blame all around, and that's what I'm saying is there are games where the defense balls out and the fucking offense sucks, and then there are games where the offense balls out, the defense sucks.
You can't get both sides to play well at the same time. You're right about that. I do agree with that. You do have a point on that.
All three, because there are games where the defense and the offense play well, but the special teams fucks us.
That's true. I will give you that, CT. There are games where like it's like either one or two of 3 sides of the ball show up, and the other one just fucking shits the bed. Absolutely, I will give you that. But again, like, I was just gonna say, like, I'm not one of the idiots that blames Tua for every fucking thing that happened in this offense. Obviously, the injuries to your best playmakers, the offensive line. Like, I found a fucking stat that Tua got rid of it the fastest, right, in the NFL. I mean, credit to his quick release and the game plan, but the offensive line allowed pressure on an average in about 2.2 seconds. So, like I said, I'm not going to be one of the idiots here blaming Tua. And we talked about Kurt Warner, and me and CT, we talked about it in depth. Yeah. Like, even Kurt Warner exposed it. There's a lot of 2-man route. The offense is too simplistic. It's they run a lot of 2-man route concepts. There's no check down options. The check down options are on Tua's opposite side of his throwing direction and lack of hot reads and all this other stuff. Like, I'm not gonna blame Tua for these problems. I think that's just it shows lack of football knowledge and comprehension when you try to blame Tua. But you got to blame the team as a whole, and Tua is definitely part of that problem. So, again, like I think everybody made great points tonight. I don't think it's just Tua. I think it's a collection of everything that we mentioned that has held this team back from where it's supposed to, from its goal, and that's winning deep into the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl and taking care of business.
That's what we all want, man. And that's where we're at. That's why I think it hurts to see Fangio walk out the building like that. Because, like I said, we were like we were focused on McDaniel and Tua,
and that's where I think that's the whole thing. And I want to comment real quick on that. Is had Vic Fangio walked away because we won a Super Bowl and he was offered a head coaching job, I think we would be able to swallow that. If we got to the AFC Championship and Vic Fangio got hired away from us to be a head coach, I think that would be a different story. But because we did fucking have injuries and lost in the first playoff game, and he did leave, which again, there's fucking rumors about his mom and again, him wanting to be in Philly anyway, and then this and that. It doesn't matter the reasons. But the fact that he did leave after losing in the first round is what pisses people off.
Right, but I think Fangio, he's a great defensive mind. Like, he did give us a top 10 defense in his first year. A lot of guys had career years. It kind of hurts that we lost him because we're in a win now window with all this great talent and our DC, who's supposed to be the guy, right? He left. He left the building, but at the same time, when you look at as more reports come out that the decision of playing guys like Ethan Bonner and guys like fucking Eli Apple and Justin Bethel over fucking Cam Smith, a first round ranked talent who's your highest draft pick. It's stubbornness. I mean, and all the comment, and you have fucking Kader Kohu traveling with Stephon Diggs, and he's a slot corner. You have him guarding him on the boundary on some occasion. He's getting cooked, and Xavier Howard's like, dude, I want to guard Stephon Diggs, bro. Kader Kohu's getting cooked, and the coach wouldn't do anything, and he's made comments in his press conferences asking about the about the game plans, especially the game plans after the beatdowns by Buffalo and the Ravens. He said he wouldn't change a thing of how he approached the game and his game plan. So again, like, it's just stubbornness. A lot of players, Jalen Ramsey even was unhappy with his role.
What I had a problem with is, look, we all know how well Kader Kohu played last year. Great.
Right.
Congrats. My issue, though, is what infuriated me the most is, so Vic Fangio being an old school dude. Now, one of those old school things is if you don't know your assignment, you don't play, right? That's an old school mentality. I don't care how talented you are. If you don't know your assignment, you don't play. Well, when we have Brandon Jones, who fucking was out the fucking literally the entire year until week fucking 10 or 11 with the Achilles, and he comes in and is telling Kader Kohu who's he supposed to be covering and where to fucking line up. Why is he fucking playing?
Right. No, I agree, bro. Personnel, when we looked at Nick Needham,
and Nick Needham came back in. Nick Needham was fucking outperforming Kohu, no fucking problem.
Right. Absolutely, bro. Like, bro, just the fact that they were playing Ethan Bonner and Perry Nickerson, who got cut to make space for fucking Jalen Ramsey.
How do you play them and not play Cam?
Over Cam Smith, and Cam Smith was healthy all fucking year, and he didn't even get fucking reps against the Broncos.
Oh my
he only got reps against the Carolina Panthers. Even the Broncos got reps.
He had 11 snaps all year. 11.
And most of them came from that Carolina game.
You know what that just hit me with?
Unbelievable.
Is Bill Parcells vibes.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to say is I didn't feel like, as more news came out, I didn't feel that bad about the loss. Like, if this guy is not listening to these players and he's stubborn and he's unable to take suggestions and make adjustments and all that, then what the fuck good are you for? And the fact that you won't change your game plan and make adjustments, even in blowouts, like, dude, kick rocks. Like, literally what Javon Holland did and said.
Yeah, kick rocks.
The thing is hold on real quick, Spidey, because I want to address that because we did earlier. Look, I'm all down with if he wants to make that video and send it to Jalen Ramsey or X or whatever privately.
Yeah.
But to do it on social media, it's almost like you're showing your unprofessionalism. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what happened.
It's the same thing with Cam Smith, and I'll give it to Cam Smith. I agree. I understand you're pissed off. Fuck.
I like that. That's much better. Unlock, a little emoji.
The unlock thing is better. It's not disrespectful. It's like, okay, now it's my turn to get a chance. You get what I'm saying? It's not overt like fuck you, kick rocks, bitch.
Crypto.
So why did he tell him to kick rocks? I want to hear your thought in that.
Because he doesn't fucking like him. He thinks he's a dickhead.
Why?
I think a lot of the players. I think a lot of the players didn't like the way he handled Cam Smith. I think that a lot of the frustration was from that, but a lot of it too was personnel decisions. Like I said, the whole Kader Kohu shit. That's part of the reason why. But go ahead, CT. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say exactly what you said. The only one you're missing is also the fact that Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard and Brandon Jones himself. And when I heard this one, now again, I don't have sources. This is shit we've heard from other people.
Sausage.
But again, Xavier Howard and Jalen Ramsey went to Fangio when Ramsey was out. Prior to Ramsey coming back, Xavier Howard asked us to shadow Stephon Diggs in the first Buffalo game. Fangio said, "No, fuck you.
Too.
I do my fucking defense how I do my defense. You're gonna be over there." And this guy. And then Ramsey, when X was injured, asked to do the same thing, and Vic Fangio told him, "Fuck you, go fuck yourself." Well, what happened is in that Cowboy game, Jalen Ramsey said, "No, fuck you, Vic Fangio. I'm going to shadow CeeDee Lamb anyway," because
there is absolutely no proof that happened that way.
Absolutely, there is proof because
he didn't shadow him the whole game, not even close.
When Fangio was asked,
he did it once in a while.
When Fangio was asked, and I didn't say every fucking snap, I'm just saying it was a fuck you of when Fangio was asked the next week, was that part of the game plan? Fangio out of his mouth said, "No, that was not in the game plan." So Fangio himself admitted that Ramsey said,
"That's not admitting to it."
Oh my God!
How do you figure?
Okay.
Was it in the game plan to run the ball? No.
Oh my God.
Okay, we didn't run the ball. We ran the ball, so that makes absolutely no sense.
Bullshit. Whatever.
Bullshit.
Hey, if you want to deny it. That's fine. But
Bullshit.
Ramsey said, "Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking do it when I fucking want to do it."
Nothing to say that during the game that Vic did not change his mind and have Ramsey cover him on certain downs and distances. Was it in the original game plan? No. But did it happen during the game to where they needed? It didn't mean that fucking Ramsey grew a big fucking set of balls and said, "Fuck you, Vic, I'm going to do what I want."
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
You made that up. That's just your opinion.
No, Ramsey said, "Fuck you, little dick."
How?
Vic.
When?
During the game.
Well, I will say that in an interview.
How do you know that?
It was not his assignment. It was not his assignment. He was told, and again, Fangio himself said, "I don't believe in the shadowing bullshit."
No, and Vic Fangio also said there could be times in other interviews that they might have to.
I remember,
but that wasn't the original game plan going in there, and he answered the fucking question.
I remember specifically in a I think it was a pregame interview of Jalen Ramsey. They were he was giving a press conference. Well, they were interviewing in the locker room, and I think this was before the Cowboys game. They were asking him if he was going to shadow CeeDee Lamb, and he kind of said, I don't know, I'm just going to paraphrase, but he said that
I remember that.
That's not part of the game plan. That's not how we do things. That's not how the scheme works, or something to that nature, some of that regard. But
is that the one that Omar Kelly made a big deal about?
Yeah, that's the one on QAM 360 or whatever that radio show that Omar does.
Omar was spot on. He was basically
and Vic Fangio also said in one interview.
No, this is Jalen Ramsey saying
what he was saying. That his defense doesn't have someone usually follow, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah, but that's what Jalen Ramsey told the South Florida media that basically that's because they asked him if they were going to shadow CeeDee Lamb against the Cowboys, and he said that's not how our scheme usually works. That's
Yeah,
not
like with the bad
Yeah,
Right,
something
and
like
that's
that.
exactly why
Yeah.
the Vic Fangio was saying no. The game plan was not to do it, but that doesn't
Right.
mean that you don't do it during the fucking game. Jesus Christ!
Well, then if he fucking did that, then why didn't he fucking let X fucking shadow Diggs? Oh,
Because
but
X
big
is an
fucking
old
little Dick
fucker that can't
Fangio,
keep
he
fucking
can
up.
fucking say, "Oh, I got fucked 5 times."
X can't keep up anymore. You're one of the guys that fucking bitch about X not being able to stay with the fucking receivers. So why
I
would you
agree
have him
with
shadow
that.
a fucking receiver that's gonna cook his ass?
And I agree
And
with
second
that.
of all,
But you're gonna
the
put
other
fucking Tanner
fucking
Kohu
side
in
of
there.
the
But you're gonna
and
put Tanner
obviously
Kohu
our
on him, who
defense
doesn't
cannot
even
figure
fucking
out
know
how
what
to
his
pass off
assignment
people
is.
going across the fucking middle. So why would you fucking have someone shadow and cause more miscommunication in your defense?
Because again, we've seen it multiple times, including in that fucking Cowboys game, where Ramsey himself, when he went inside to shadow CeeDee Lamb, he fucking pointed to each fucking guy, to each person they're supposed to cover. He's the one that said, "Look, I'm covering him. You do this.
And
You
guess
do
what?
this.
Kohu
You
actually
do
pointed to
this."
other fucking people you're supposed to rotate over. And how the fuck do you know that if Brandon Jones came up and said, Kohu, you need to take this guy, maybe that's who's the vocal leader and makes those calls? You don't know this shit. I don't know this shit. At least they're communicating before the snap.
We know it.
Look,
Are you
look, I
gonna
found
watch? Listen, hold on, real quick. Green Rat, are you gonna deny the fucking play where Brandon Jones is right fucking in Kohu's ear, touching him on the shoulder? He points to the receiver, the tight end, and he goes, "Watch for him to come into the flats. When he comes in the flats, you cover him." And Brandon Jones,
maybe fucking Brandon Jones was doing something and saying, "Hey, I got this guy. Why don't you go ahead and take this guy?" How do you fucking know how the fucking defense works out there? Seriously,
I'm gonna read this excerpt from.
the video shows him.
How do you know? You're not on the field. You're not You're not part of the
I got
team
it, Jose.
communicating
I got
on the
measurement
field.
tape.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Irvin.
Okay, so I wanted to read the excerpt from the. So they said, hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Make sure you find
Okay,
one
so-
from Vic Fangio too.
Okay, so let me see, Garrett. Okay, so basically, it says that that Jalen Ramsey, I think shadowed, right? I think he shadowed Garrett Wilson against the Jets, correct? Just yes or no question.
Yes, I did. Do you think he did quite a bit in that
Okay,
game?
all right, that's enough. All right, that's cool. All right, so it says that Garrett Wilson was limited for 3 catches for 29 yards Sunday. That was the Jets game. And advanced stats had Ramsey targeted only once all game by the Jets quarterback. A throw for Wilson that Ramsey broke up. That was the only target. Okay, but when asked if Miami planned to have him double down on the shadowing duties trailing CeeDee Lamb in Sunday's game against the Dallas Cowboys, Ramsey seemingly expressed some frustration with what he expects to be. But when asked if Miami planned to have him double down on the shadowing duties trailing CeeDee Lamb in Sunday's game against the Dallas Cowboys, Ramsey seemingly expressed some frustration with what he expects to be a stationary role. He says, "I don't think that's the game plan. I don't think that's my role in this defense," said Ramsey, who contributed 12 tackles, 3 interceptions, and 5 pass breakups in 7 games he played this season. When pressed on whether he supports the decision not to shadow Lamb, who is second in the NFL in catches with 103 and third in receiving yards with 1,306 while adding 8 receiving touchdowns, Ramsey's irritation grew. All right. And he says, "Y'all know who I am. What's up?" Ramsey said seconds after initially offering next question to whether he views it as a challenge to defend the best receiver. "You know what I've done throughout my whole career. You know who I am. Do you guys hear that?
So what
Yeah,
the fuck
bro.
does that have anything to do with someone asking Vic Fangio about the game plan was to shadow him or not?
Hey,
No, it has
I agree.
It has
I agree with
absolutely nothing to
Jose.
do with it.
I
Yeah,
agree with
get rid
Jose. Josue says, guys, everyone
Take
just
out
take
the
out the
measuring
measuring
tape.
tape and sell this like men.
No, that was the moment when I realized that our defensive players did not like Fangio. That was actually, when Ramsey came out and said that, he was like, "Fuck you, Fangio." That's the way that's the way I
But
read it.
basically, this is telling you that Jalen Ramsey, based on the article, I don't know if you guys read the whole, if you heard me read that excerpt
Yeah.
live, but all this does show Ramsey's frustration with not being asked to shadow more. Like he wished he could shadow some of their number one targets, right?
And
That's
old
what you
man
brought him in Miami to do, right? Yeah,
but you got to
that's a
remember,
Fangio thing.
though, those two games were games that Xavier Howard was injured and out. That's the problem. Is so in this situation,
Was he out versus the Jets? Oh yeah, he was.
At the end of the game, not the whole game. At the end, it was mid third quarter. He had it was the same play when what's his name got injured in the end zone. Wasn't Jerome Baker? It was the other one. Anyway, they both got injured at the same time. X didn't play the rest of the game.
Josue, because they all thought he was a retard. The only reason we had success is because our D line balled out. Our coverage
That's way
team
funny
was
though.
horrible. Josue don't give a fuck.
Hey, Josue, you remember it's not politically
Love it.
correct to say retard anymore.
Oh,
You
yeah.
It's Cajun.
You got
It's
to say Cajun.
Yeah. But I will
He's
say
on a
that
roll. He's on a roll.
hey, your coverage won't be good when you have fucking Eli Apple and Perry Nickerson and Justin Bethel out there, bro. And then Cater Cole traveling.
Cater Cole, who doesn't even know his fucking assignments.
I think
Right,
that-
exactly.
I think that's, I mean,
Bullshit.
Who's putting
Yeah,
this
I
shit
know.
out here?
Because Green Rat doesn't agree, it's automatically bullshit.
Okay, you guys sat here and answered the fucking question, but you
fucking
still
Noah
haven't
didn't
let
suck
me answer
dick.
the question I asked.
Okay, go, Green Rat, go.
All right. From what I understand, Javon Holland loved Vic Fangio. From all the reports and sauces that I have heard. So do you think maybe he said to kick rocks because he was let down that Vic Fangio left?
Ooh.
And you guys are reading way more into it than it really is?
Kick rocks
Well,
to
it's
Miami.
not reading into it. It's multiple other players who, again, I don't know if you watch All Dolphins with fucking Omar and Poupar, but both of them have admitted that they've heard from multiple players that they were unhappy with Vic Fangio.
Not only that,
But most people you've talked or that talk about it say Javon Holland really liked fucking Vic Fangio. And
So
Vic
you're
Fangio
saying-
was always giving Javon Holland props, which is very unusual because he only does that for very few players on the team.
Okay. So,
But the
Green Rat
question is,
saying the kick rocks was directed at the Miami Dolphins. Kick rocks, right? Green Rat? Is that what you're kind of saying?
No, I believe it was to Vic Fangio because Holland was all in with Vic Fangio and Vic Fangio left.
So what was the kick?
What Green Rat's trying to say is he thinks Holland is upset that Vic Fangio walked away from them when they were doing so well. That's kind of what Green Rat is trying to say.
That's what I believe his was. Now, Cam Smith, that was a fuck you.
I got you. Right.
Plain and simple.
Hey, but
that was a fuck you, Vic Fangio. So.
Oh, hey, no, stop fucking clicking it, Bleezy. God damn it. All right. He said, kick rocks as in Hard Rock Stadium. Hey, Josue, when you go to the next game, you got to fucking bring your tape measure and you got to find out how fucking long the Miami Dolphins' dick is when it's fucking rock hard. Let's go. He said he's implying we get a stadium with retractable roof.
And by the way, Mr. Color Jr., yes, we did have a fucking successful year. That was very fun to watch. And if you don't think it was fun to watch and didn't enjoy it, then I would definitely become a Panthers fan.
All right. I'll send you my PayPal. I'll send you my PayPal.
Man, yes, we did have an end of the year collapse, but my frustration, and you know what I'm talking about, Spidey, because, and I was saying, I didn't, when I said you were bitching, or when I said people were bitching, I wasn't accusing you. You know, I was on that space with you. No, you know I was on that space with you, and you know who I'm fucking talking about. And that was my point, is when people fucking sit here and act like a 3-game losing streak is the worst thing that's ever happened. Bro, shut the fuck up. All you do is yell and fucking scream like a fucking Cajun. Sorry, fucking Cajun. And you're going to tell me that this is the worst. When that guy said it was the worst Dolphins season ever, I'm like, are you fucking Cajun? Bro, Brian Flores lost 7 in a fucking row. We went 1 in fucking 15. And you're going to say that this is the worst Dolphins season ever? How fucking Cajun are you?
Nah, I don't think so, bro. I just think it's one of the worst, like one of the bad collapses, but not worst seasons ever. No,
that's why I made that comment. Is when people bitch and say that this is the worst season ever. That's a fucking exaggeration, and it shows that you're an immature child. You're an immature child because all you focus on is the here and now, and you don't care about reality. You're in your fucking emotions.
I mean, again, we have big aspirations, CT, and we didn't get to where we wanted to be. Like we didn't accomplish our goals. But it wasn't the worst season. I agree, CT.
Hey, guess what, Irvin? Guess what?
CT.
30 fucking one other teams don't reach their fucking goal either.
But then again, we didn't have a bad collapse as worse than the Eagles. I mean, the fucking Eagles was worse, bro. Yeah. That shit was bad.
MC, what's going on,
our
brother?
year wasn't as bad as the year before. What are you talking about? I don't get it.
MC, what's up, bro? What's he got popping? I'm gonna put him up solo.
During the regular season, we only lost back-to-back games once.
He's touching himself right now, so he's in the dark.
He's at the club?
No. Give me the finger.
See now, fucking.
My bad.
You done? Your arm is pretty strong.
He's talking. Shh. Go ahead, MC.
His arm.
What's up,
MC, your arm's pretty juiced, huh? I bet.
What's up,
fucking Quagmire.
Yep.
Sound like Quagmire right now?
No, I say your arm is like Quagmire.
He was talking about your arm being juiced. I'll bring up the meme. Hold on.
Yeah. My biceps are being juiced. You want some?
Juiced up?
Yeah, I hit the gym. I've been hitting that weight.
MC has been hitting the gym. You need to get down to the Dolphins training camp. Get them to hit the fucking.
It's called Pornhub.
Yeah.
Hold on, what is that?
Mi hermano me soy fuerte.
Dímelo.
Hey, CT, Bleezy, thanks for bringing back to the segment of bad Twitter takes. I appreciate that.
right here. Yep.
Yeah.
Bad Twitter takes. That's what I was getting at.
That's
Yeah.
been
Uh-huh.
since Irving got
Oh.
on the channel.
Be on mute.
Him and his bad Twitter takes.
What are they talking about on Twitter this week?
We
I
have
don't
been
know. Some long-winded bat gets on there that's in the military, and you would think a military person would be short and quick to the point, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
tell you, the fucker could talk for like 12,000 hours before even getting to a point that makes no sense.
Nah,
Sounds like-
were you in the
sounds like
spaces
Mike
with us,
McDaniel.
Green Rat? Were you in those spaces that Irvin and I were in where I hopped on? I was at lunch the one day,
look
and I
at
got
MC
like
right there.
5 minutes in. But yeah, this is MC, just like Quagmire. Quagmire, he was old, remember, and he didn't know there was anything such as internet porn, and so he discovered internet porn, and
Yes,
they hadn't seen Quagmire in a month, and they were like, "Bro, we haven't seen Quagmire in like a month. What is he doing?" And fucking Peter goes to check on Quagmire, and this is what he comes out, and he goes, I gotta check the mail. I haven't checked my mail in a month." And they show his fucking mailbox. They show his mailbox, and there's a fucking mountain of fucking mail next to it.
Nothing going on here.
Oh my god!
Oh shit, that was one of my favorite fucking Family Guy
I
clips.
love it.
Yeah.
But seriously, I think we need to cut fucking Irving's fucking Twitter time down.
Nah,
Oh, God.
Irvin's not the one that was fucking saying it. It was this fucking, what was his name? Spliff or something like.
I know, but
yeah.
Irving's bringing back all these bad fucking
Takes.
I'm not the
illogical
one making those takes. I'm not the one making
information
those.
that's coming.
I'm not the one
I mean,
making those takes.
He's listening to color and believing in what color's saying, and the fucking windbag. I mean, man,
Terrible Twitter
God,
thing.
Jesus Christ.
Nah, but in all honesty, man, like I understand the emotional response. We are all frustrated and infuriated, but it comes down to, and Green Rat and Bleezy and I on the last show, at the end of the show, made this PSA. I'm sorry, but if you have nothing better in your life to worry about than the Dolphins, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I just don't. Uh-oh,
worry about
Texas Fin fan in the building. What's going on?
Texas Fin fan.
Oh,
that's
He's
the
muted.
thing, lady.
Hey,
Who's Texas Fin fan?
That's not Josue. Fin fan is Josue. Texas Fin
Yeah.
fan, you're muted, brother. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. My wife was calling me. What's going on? What was
Oh, it is Josue. Damn.
Yeah, I knew it was Josue.
Hey, you got the measuring tape?
Yeah, bro.
How long is your? You might.
Josue, what's up, bro? How you feeling about
MCs might be under 3 inches.
Oh shit.
Josue?
What up, man?
What on a scale of 1 to 10, are the Dolphins trending? If you say they're trending up or down, which way are you going?
I think I have to. Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Okay. I think. Well, right now, it just depends who we hire as a defensive coordinator.
It's a big hire. It's a big hire, right?
Yeah. So it just depends on that, and if it's someone, I just didn't like Fangio, dude. I knew he was gonna be problems. I was excited.
Interesting.
I was really excited in the beginning because he's well known and he has a lot of success. But after a couple of weeks, I realized that it just the system doesn't fit our players. It just the talent we have, and it just didn't go. And he wasn't making adjustments or anything like that. So that's a big problem, dude. And So hopefully we
Yeah,
get
he was frustrated, bro. He
Well,
was
obviously, he
frustrated.
made adjustments. He fucking was having Ramsey shadow everybody.
Even though he said that was never the fucking plan, but all of a sudden he could fucking make it the plan for one fucking game, and then when it's needed in other games, he said, "No, fuck you, we're not gonna do that."
Doesn't make any sense.
It's more likely than that Jalen Ramsey said, "Fuck you, I know what you said, and I'm gonna fucking do this anyway," than him going, "Oh well, I was successful in this.
But
Let me stop
Ramsey didn't
doing
shadow
this."
CD Lamb all that much in that game.
He did it. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it was, CT. It was a big fuck you to Fangio.
Yeah.
Which is why the following week, I think the Jets was really the fuck you, and it was more so in the Cowboys game where he's like, I said fuck you in the Jets game, and I shadowed fucking Garrett Wilson, and it worked out well. But then you're going to turn around and tell me, all right, I let you do it that game, or, oh, you did it without my permission, but I'm still not going to let you do it for the Cowboys. That's where he was like, fuck you, I'm going to fucking do what I want.
Hey, this is what Drew Rosenhaus said. He said, of course, Drew Rosenhaus, who represents a lot of the Dolphin players, we all know that. He said this about Vic Fangio. He said that there were quite a few players that didn't necessarily get along with Fangio. It wasn't a great relationship with many of the players. He also said that it wasn't. He said that Rosenhaus said that it was not a ununanimous positive relationship between now former Dolphins DC Vic Fangio and the players. Jalen Ramsey was very.
And then he broke up.
Hang on,
Every
bro.
time Irvin gets to the good shit, he fucking
Dude,
breaks.
when he's cooking, he like breaks up.
It's called fucking karma, guys. Called karma.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
go
now?
ahead. Yep.
Okay, so I was saying, here's the second tweet from Josh Mosley. He said Drew Rosenhaus says that it was not an ununanimous positive relationship between now former Dolphins defensive coordinator Vic Fangio and the players. Jalen Ramsey was very vocal during the season that he was frustrated with the system and his role.
Okay,
That's it.
AKA
Reread that unanimous part of that thing.
He said it was not an ununanimous positive relationship between Fangio and the players. Like I said, Ramsey was very vocal.
So him and this motherfucking double negative bullshit. It was not ununanimous. So it was
right,
not.
That's what I'm saying. Make something like fucking clear or not clear.
Yeah, I agree with you. Essentially, that statement says, just like Tua, I don't not feel not wanted.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I said this thing about Javon Holland, but his dad didn't like Vic Fangio because I think he tweeted out after he was fired too.
Yep, really? And apparently, and apparently so did AVG's wife. AVG's wife said something on Twitter about with the prayers hands and something about it'll be better moving forward. And I thought that was interesting because AVG was really successful in his system. Is it a situation of, again, AVG balled out in a system, but maybe again, players didn't like the fact that Vic Fangio was so rigid and unwilling to take suggestions.
That could be because Vic's the one that fucking got AVG to come back to be a Dolphin.
And that's why I said it was confusing. That's why I'm saying it was confusing. Why would his wife say that?
You know what confusing that Rosenhaus said? He said there were quite a few players that didn't necessarily get along with Fangio. And then he says again, it wasn't a great relationship with many of the players. I don't know what he's trying to say there. He says like, "Oh, if you didn't get
Sounds
along,
like to me
but
that
not many of the players."
Vic's a dick.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Vic's a dick is what it sounds like.
But then
to
the
me.
double negative almost sounds like there was only a few players that didn't get along with
Right.
him.
That's why it doesn't make sense because he said in the first
so like
tweet,
I said, they're
you're right.
double speaking. It's all bullshit.
Corner. It sounds like the quarterbacks didn't like him.
A few players didn't get along with him, but then he goes on and says many of the players didn't like Fangio. Like, what the fuck is that? And then he says, what was the second thing he said?
Is it many or is it a few? Which one is?
That's the confusing.
Right.
That's the confusing part. And then he goes, it was
and
not.
then you say it's not unambiguous.
I know what happened
he
here.
said no. He said it was not an ununanimous. No, I was just saying he said it was not a ununanimous positive relationship between
So
Fangio
let
and
me
the players.
we're gonna break it down word for word. It is not ununanimous. So
Right.
the opposite of not ununanimous means it is unanimous.
Right.
Which unanimous meaning that it is unanimous is saying that that many, not a few, but many.
Right.
No, many, including.
No, that would be almost all if the way that would come out.
Exactly. Almost, which is many.
Right.
Yeah, because he goes, it was not an ununanimously positive relationship between Fangio and the players, but then he complains about one player.
Definition.
Whatever the fuck that word is.
Well, unanimous means a unanimous decision means that everyone agrees. That's what unanimous means.
All right.
So you went from a few to many to all. So which one is it?
I don't know, bro. It's confusing, bro.
Well, many would be over 50%, but you guys haven't figured out what happened with that with Rosenhaus.
But again,
he has listened to too many fucking Mike McDaniel's fucking interviews.
Long-winded.
Yeah.
Long-winded. It never gets to the fucking point.
I know, but I think the general sense here is that many, there's been a few key prominent players that have expressed their frustration with Fangio, and it's some of the more notable ones like Holland, like fucking Ramsey, like X, like fucking guys like that, and I think that's the truth of it.
I want to read this I just want to read this real quick. He said it was not a not ununanimous decision. Okay, meaning if a unanimous means all agree. If a group of people are unanimous, they all agree about one particular matter, vote the same way.
We're unanimous.
No, he said it was not an ununanimously positive relationships between Fangio and the players. But he went to one player in particular who expressed his frustration about his role in the scheme and how he was being utilized. That's what the tweet said verbatim.
Yeah, and so what that means, and we just broke it down word for word, it's not unanimous. So again, it's UNANIMUS, correct?
LY, ununanimously.
Yes. So again, that means that not everyone
exactly
did not like Fangio. So maybe so he's saying twice that a few or there's a select few, but then he says many, but then he says many. So which fucking one
needs
is
to
it?
be over 50%.
That's exactly it.
Fangio is
hold on, real quick. Green Rat, say that one more time.
I said many has to be over 50%.
Well, no, technically, many.
Some would be anywhere from a couple to 50%. Many is over 50%.
Over 50.
And
I would agree.
And then pretty much all, unanimous would be 100%. Then you'd have kind of the in between.
Yeah, the few is 3 or more. So
right.
Yeah, few is 3 or more.
One tidbit that I heard was that the fact that we had Fangio under contract and that he wanted to go to Philly, Chris Greer could have fleeced them out of like a 5th, maybe 6th or 7th round pick and said, we'll let him go, but give us a pick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but if you believe like Reason and those guys, they reported that they almost did like a 1-year contract with Vic anyhow.
Yeah, and that's where I was trying to say, because I watched that collision of the worlds or whatever, where Popar, Omar Kelly, Reason, and Dudley Do Wrong, and they addressed it in that podcast. Is it comes down to again, we all knew that one way or the other, and this is what frustrates me about certain people in the fan base, that they say, oh, well, why would you hire him if you knew you were only getting 1 year? Well, even if you fucking had him on a 3-year contract and you won the Super Bowl and he got a head coaching job offer, you weren't going to tell him, no, fuck you, you're going to stay here. No, you're going to let him out of the contract and let him go be a fucking head coach.
Right. Yeah, because that's what the whole purpose of what the fucking deal was.
Exactly. And so even if you said, hey, it's a 2-year contract, obviously, if we do well and they offer you a head coach, we agree, I'm going to let you go. You can go do whatever you want. Who knows if the conversation between Mike McDaniel and Vic Fangio was, look, my mother is sick. My mother is sick. I wanted to take the Philadelphia job. Obviously, there's some tampering issues, but I would like to come down here, help you, because maybe Mike McDaniel's selling point was, hey, come, I know you want to be with your mom. You wanted to be there, but come down here for a year, run the defense, help me learn things about being a head coach. Let me lean on you. Let me learn things from you. Let me pick your mind, pick your brain. Who's to know that wasn't the deal anyway?
No, and that I think you're fucking spot on, and I think that was the deal. But guess what? Now he's gone.
And the thing is, I 100% agree with that. Just like I think Brandon Jones went down to Cater and asked him what they were going to do for lunch.
So you think that when he was poking Cater in the chest and then pointing at the tight end on the opposite side of the fucking line, and then he made a motion that shows an underneath route, and
yes, he was saying, let's go to lunch, and I'm going to take the quick run to the quarterback.
I don't remember all this stuff. I don't know how you guys can remember.
I don't either.
Shit.
I do remember a couple times when we got burned going across the middle that we were running into each other, and I know we were trying to pass off the fucking coverage, and I know Elliott was part of it one time. It's just that's why I don't think we can shadow anybody, is because we were still learning how to pass people off.
And I agree with that. And that was part of my point, though, is in that situation, though, instead of having the confusion of who to
did
pass
hear about
off,
that too. Yeah.
Because Omar Kelly had said, and again, it's not just Omar and Allen. I've watched others. I've watched Ryder McConnell. He's a film breakdown guy. He said the same thing, and he showed the play repeatedly. And he shows prior to the play, and they even zoom in. He even zooms in, and he shows Brandon Jones walk up from the safety position, tap Cater in the chest, point to the fucking tight end, make a motion of a guy doing a crossing route or a drag route, and he points to him and says, again, you got him, stay here. Stay here.
But CT.
Right? Hold on. Let me finish. So he's pointing, he's doing all of this, and then Brandon Jones points to himself and points to the fucking receiver that crosses the field the opposite direction. And so when the ball is snapped, Brandon Jones goes with the guy he pointed to himself and pointed to, and he runs with it. Cater runs underneath of the same guy, and then you watch the tight end go past Kohu.
I remember that play. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Ryder McConnell.
Maybe fucking Brandon Jones told him the wrong thing.
Bro,
if Brandon Jones told him the wrong thing, it doesn't
the fact
fucking
is,
matter.
it doesn't matter who's going up to who and saying what. If Brandon Jones noticed something that he saw on tape and was making an adjustment to the coverage, what's wrong with that? I don't get that.
There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is
why are we bitching?
You're not fucking listening and fucking understanding that Cater Kohu.
All you have is a big hard on about Cater not covering good this year. That's all this amounts to.
No, it's if the motherfucker
it's
points
the same
to
as
a
with
guy,
Jerome Baker. He just fucking irritates you, and if they make one small mistake, it's the hugest thing in the world.
Because they both suck dick. That's why.
There you go. See, there's the truth. We can get. That's something we can understand.
Jerome Baker can't fucking do shit in the run game, and he sucks at donkey dick at coverage. And Cater Kohu, he doesn't know his assignments, and just like Cater or Cedric Wilson doesn't know his assignments, but at the same time, when Brandon Jones goes, hey, if I did see something on tape and I am trying to make an adjustment, and I tell Cater, cover him in the flat, I'm going to cover this guy on the crosser, and then when the ball is snapped, both of you run after the crosser guy, and the fucking flat guy gets a goddamn touchdown.
And maybe Cater said, Brandon, you're a Cajun. I don't know.
That's what I was going to say.
We don't know what they discussed down on the field.
So
we
had
can
a bunch of
assume that
Cajuns
we
running
know
our
what's
defense.
going on. That's my whole point of all of it.
So we had a bunch.
If that's the case, though, if Kohu and Brandon Jones are calling each other Cajuns, that's on Vic Fangio for not saying, hey,
I don't disagree, because that crossing route fucking killed us. And then it was another game where that fucking what do you call the
wheel
swing
route,
pass,
the
wheel route? Like what, 3 times in a row?
Nah, they ran
Against
that
Riley?
fucking wheel out 5 times in the first quarter, and they caught it 4 out of the 5 times. The only time the 5th time wasn't caught is because it was a great pass and the guy dropped the fucking ball.
Right.
Hey, can Brandon what's his face? Can Jerome Baker cover wheel routes?
Well, he covers it better than fucking Duke Riley does. I will give him that.
I will give you that. I will give you that.
Baker's there. He just again another Dolphin that doesn't turn his fucking head.
Hey, the only thing that Brandon Jones,
like your boy Noah, and like Byron.
Noah fixed that this year. He fixed it.
Who did?
Noah did.
Oh, was he working?
And Dallas saw that and decided that they wanted him.
Hey, is that because him and Brian Flores were working together in the off season?
Yep.
Yes. And if they would have been smart, they would have called what's his face not Brandon Jones, Byron Jones before the playoffs and seeing if he could play.
Yeah, I think Green Rat has a Noah. I think he has a Cowboys jersey. Noah,
He's got a hard on for fucking Noah. That's what it is.
Yep.
We would have just brought him back. We would have been okay.
That means technically your Dolphins card is taken away. So
Well, Noah, his fucking rookie year had way more snaps than fucking Cam Smith.
Absolutely, but I will say this is, look, the only time he gets a hard on for fucking Noah is when he takes his Viagra. So,
oh shit,
it's fucking what it is. But no, in all seriousness, all jokes aside, no, to be honest, I felt like it was more of, and it comes down to, again, the overall arching point. So we can say that obviously they were having miscommunications on defense, right? So when there's miscommunications on offense, we blame Tua and Mike McDaniel. So if that's a fair assessment of miscommunications repeatedly happening, and you blame the fucking OC or the head coach, the guy calling the plays, and the quarterback, then if there's miscommunication on defense, don't you blame, quote unquote, the quarterback of the defense and the defensive coordinator? So why is it there is a disparity between accountability? That's my issue.
That's a fact.
Oh, now we got fucking Lewis in here. Too much Twitter for Irving. You got to cut some out.
Anyways, I was gonna say the only thing that Brandon Jones is good at in coverage is running into his own guy.
He's better than.
I think Brandon Jones played really well this year.
He's better in coverage than fucking Duke Riley and Jerome Baker. That's for fucking sure.
That was just a joke, by the way. So.
I know, but I had to get my joke in too.
I know. Damn. That's not good.
I mean, fuck.
And
Brandon
why are
Jones
we fucking hacking on Bethel?
coverage.
Bethel didn't play bad this year either.
No, I got to give credit to Justin Bethel. He played much better than I anticipated. But I will tell you this. Bethel fucking outplayed Eli Apple. And I could tell you this. I would be okay with Cam Smith not fucking playing if they put Justin Bethel out there over Eli Apple, because if Vic Fangio's real concern is, oh, well, he comes in on time and he leaves on time. He doesn't come in early. He doesn't come back. He doesn't stay late. Okay, that's fine. But at the same time, oh, well, he got burnt one time on a double move. Well, you watch Eli Apple get burnt on a double move multiple fucking times. And according to people with sources, and I don't have them, but the rumor is that Eli Apple, being a veteran guy, does the same shit. He comes in on time, leaves on time. So how is that any different than the young guy who you watched him perform well in the fucking preseason? He balled out in the preseason and in camp. And you give him 11. You give him fucking 11 snaps.
And to your point, CT, I think he was like one of the most standout performers in camp. I think he had a really strong camp. He was good in that Atlanta game, in that preseason game, and it was all based on that biting on that double fucking move, bro, against the Jaguars. That's where I think was started. Fangio just start, Yeah,
but the thing is how many times do we hear motherfuckers say, well, cornerbacks get beat every once in a while. Oh, nobody's fucking perfect. Right. Oh, all of a sudden when it comes to Cam Smith, that doesn't fucking that connotation no longer applies. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it does, because of the team he played for in college.
Oh my God, Cam Smith probably told Vic Fangio to go fucking be with his wife because him and her old asses might not last long. I don't fucking know, bro.
By the way, Eli Apple is a veteran. Veterans don't have to be there as much as fucking rookies and stuff. Just like old veterans don't need to practice during the week and they get to start on Sunday.
And I can agree with that to an extent of if you're calling it a lack of commitment, I don't think I can agree with that. He's committed, but just hold on real quick. Just like multiple guys, Tua included, and even Mike McDaniel said, look, we appreciate certain people that go above and beyond. But Mike McDaniel himself said, people try to forget or tend to forget that this is still a job. So, yes, there are some guys that go out and do 20 extra hours because he was talking about Tua, right? Where Tua would come in and he'd do extra this, extra that, extra this, extra film study, extra this. He'd go home and he'd do this and he'd do that and he'd do this and he'd do that. Okay, that's fine. But 99.9% of players treat it as a 9-to-5 job because it is a 9-to-5 job.
Okay, you want to know the truth about Cam Smith?
They still have lives. They still have families.
Wait, I CT. I thought Tua couldn't read defenses. I thought he can't watch film.
Yeah, he doesn't watch film and all that. Even though
you want the true facts about Cam Smith, I can tell you. I know this. I have it from a source.
Let's hear it.
Oh, from a source. Yeah, it's good sources.
He goes over to DVP's house and plays Pokemon.
I mean, hey, look, man, I'm sorry, but Cam Smith is more fucking of a man than fucking Devontae Parker and his goddamn Hello Kitty fucking backpack will ever fucking have.
Shout out to DVP.
I'd take DVP back next year.
I mean, okay. You know what? I laugh at that, but I kind of give some sense.
You know?
You made me do the double take, Green Rat. Look, the chemistry with Tua, the fact that they did it on the outside
DVP
and all
looks
that.
pretty good in that back corner pass about right now.
The back shoulder, yep.
The back shoulder and when they did the curl route underneath and Tua threw it low and not low, but like belt weight or belt height. And DVP would come back. He would come back to the ball. He would drive back to the ball, catch it, and fucking make a move because
he was good on the slants too. It was all fucking his attitude about, getting himself healthy to be able to stay out there all year.
It was that in the maturity level because I'm sorry. Weird. Look, I mean, I'm not being a dick. You know, whatever, cancel me if you want. I don't give a fuck. You ain't canceling me for shit. But when you're one of these guys, and I get it, he was 22 years old, but when you're coming to work in a circumstance that you are in the NFL, and you're coming with a Hello Kitty backpack, talking about how much you love SpongeBob and Pokemon.
And we're trying to operate like a professional organization.
Exactly. The fact that...
Does he have children?
Remember, hold on. The fact that Chris Chambers, one of the, I would say, top 10 receivers in Miami Dolphins history, including...
I don't think so, but go ahead.
I would say top 10. No, maybe top 10 is generous. Top 15. Maybe top 20. Anyway, he was a great fucking wide receiver for us. Very physical receiver. Big-bodied fucking everything that Devontae Parker wished he could be is what Chris Chambers was. He offered him help. Hey, come with me. Come train with me at my house. I'll teach you how to be a pro, how to treat your body, how to rest your body, how to feed your body, how to fucking nurture your body. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, and I get it, and that's what I said. I said it really short was, he just didn't want to take help. But my question was, does he have children?
No. He didn't have a girlfriend or a wife at that time. Now, I don't think.
Maybe Chris Chambers is a dick. Maybe he didn't want to be anywhere around.
Oh, my God, bro. Everybody fucking, including Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas, and he didn't do it in his Hall of Fame speech, but when he was interviewed about being inducted in the Hall of Fame, he talked about guys, Jason Taylor, Chris Chambers, Aronde Gadsden. What was the D tackle's name? Agunlie?
Yep.
Agunlie, whatever it was.
Agunlie.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to butcher his shit.
I did. I butchered it too, but I got it close.
But the whole point is he talked about how, remember, Zach Thomas married Jason Taylor's sister.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It got divorced.
They were all invited to his wedding, and they are all still friends. And they all fucking attend gatherings together.
That's gotta be weird.
How is that weird? The whole point is Chris Chambers is a dick. If Chris Chambers is a dick, why do they invite him to family functions and shit?
Because just because he's a dick doesn't mean he might not be your best friend. My best friend's a dick. He's an asshole to everybody.
Yeah, we're talking about Devontae Parker.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking if he had family. That would make a little more sense if he had children and stuff to carry that backpack in, but
no. He had no kids. No, bro. He was talking about in an interview where SpongeBob, and they asked him, "Oh, well, do you like SpongeBob or whatever because you're kids?" And I remember this. He goes, "Nah, I'm a cartoon fan," because he was talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, like Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like he was just he was a man child. He was a fucking man child.
Honestly,
you like midget porn, so I mean,
that's that fag motherfucker, Michael.
See, that's thing about Devontae Parker. That's an age difference, man. Devontae Parker he grew up with SpongeBob. SpongeBob. He's down with SpongeBob. People didn't need to dog him because of that, but that's what
I had no problem with what he was doing. I just have a problem that he didn't want to get, he had all that fucking talent in the world, but he was too lazy to go fucking try to do preventative maintenance.
It's not about that he liked SpongeBob and he liked Pokemon and he liked Hello Kitty. That's not my point. Those inferences are there to show the immaturity, if that makes sense. And the immaturity plays into the, I don't want to take care of my body. I don't want to be a professional. I want to stay a man child.
But I don't even know what this I Love Kitty thing is, but that doesn't make somebody immature. Because of what they like to watch.
Hey, we spent a first-round pick on him, guys. First-round pick. He was our, 14th? I think we took him? 13th?
14th or 16th? No, it was 14th. Hold on.
But when he was on the field, he didn't disappoint.
No, that's not true. when he was on the field and 100% healthy, he did not disappoint. There were plenty of fucking games he was not healthy and played, and he fucking disappeared. He absolutely fucking disappeared.
You could almost count on Sunday morning roll around.
But again, the fucking quarterback has to throw the ball towards you. So that's not necessarily him. That could be the game plan, and they might have just rolled him out there as a decoy.
DVP was a bust.
Period. End of story.
Nah, we can't go bust.
Hey, do you want to? I mean, I hate to.
Hey, I love you.
Cam
boys.
Smith
Listen.
would be a bust.
That may be a little strong.
Tyndall would be a bust.
I was about to say
Tyndall and Cameron Good, and we can throw in guys like fucking Eichenberg.
No,
we can throw in guys like Austin Jackson, because again, they still performed just as well under Butch Berry than they did again under Jean-Pierre. And the fact that Tua still has to get the ball out quickly because they can't fucking block to save their fucking lives. And then you throw fucking Eichenberg in.
Liam cannot be a bust starting as many games as he did.
Yeah, just because you play a game doesn't mean that you're not shit, because you weren't a fucking starter.
I think then you have to readjust what you call a bust.
Okay. When you fucking
like Channing Tyndall would be a bust because he just doesn't fucking play.
When you trade up to fucking get Eichenberg in the second round, only for him to be a fucking career backup. And not only is he a career backup, but he's not only is he a career backup, but as a fucking career backup, he plays like shit. He's
career
still
backup.
He
maybe you need to go look at how many games he started in his 3 or 4 years or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. And guess what? All of them. So
he's not a career backup.
He is a career backup because we tried him at starter at fucking tackle, and that fucking failed miserably. Then we tried him at guard. That failed fucking miserably.
As a backup or a starter?
Both.
I agree. CT. He's been a starter most of his career, bro.
I'm sorry.
He's been a starter most of his career.
And again, he started at tackle because we had no better option. But
he's played multiple positions too, which is valid in today's NFL.
We're not saying he's any good, but he's not a bust and he's not a backup.
Just because this year by happenstance and last year by happenstance, he started multiple games because of injuries, I don't consider that him being, he's a starter.
Last year he was the starter.
A fucking game because the real penciled in starter is injured. I don't fucking count that as, but he's been a career starter. No,
he has been till this year. No, and then he ended up being the starter this year.
The last 2 years, he was a backup and only got starts when the true fucking starter got injured. Period.
Well, this year he did enter as a backup. That's true.
Period.
Yeah, it entered as, but became the starter almost all year.
Yeah,
the first 2 years he was pretty much the starter on our fucking team.
But he was the starter. Yeah, but he was starter at left guard last year, and he was a starter at, I think, what was the position?
The year
left
before,
tackle.
right tackle or something.
And was he replaced in the first year as starting tackle? Sure as fuck was, and that's why we moved to him
played left
to
tackle.
left guard.
He played left tackle. No,
he played left tackle.
No,
he played left tackle. Then we moved
Austin
him to
Jackson
left guard.
was left tackle till he got hurt, and Liam moved from right to left, I believe.
Oh shit. Yes, I think you're right.
He started out as left tackle.
No, it was
Then Jesse
it was
Davis
left.
got hurt. No, Jesse Davis. Okay, he started out left. Then Jesse Davis got hurt. No. What happened was that Austin Jackson, I think, got hurt or something like that. Yeah, Austin Jackson missed the first game against the Broncos. I'm sorry, against the Patriots, Week 1, 2021. And then Liam Eichenberg was placed at left tackle. Then they moved him to right. And that's after Jesse Davis
They
got
just
hurt.
kept fucking moving him around and started him every game.
You brought out because that's bullshit, because they brought in fucking Brandon Shell and Robert fucking Jones and played them at tackle over Liam Eichenberg. And on top of
but that was not but that's 2021 I was talking about. I'm not talking about last year.
No, I'm talking about all of them though. We're talking about all of these things. You get started over by guys they picked up at fucking Winn-Dickie or fucking Walmart, okay? And you got moved from tackle when you failed the year before. You were given opportunities at both tackles, left and right, and you sucked donkey dick at both. Then they try to move you to guard. That fails. They fucking sign tackles and guards off the street who play before you. You quote unquote cross train as a center / guard / tackle / fucking dick sucker, ball washer, whatever the fucking bench rider, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then the only reason that you get playing time is so Connor Williams get injured. Then they bring you in there. Then Connor Williams comes back. Isaiah Wynn got injured, so they put you at left guard. You suck dick there. Then they go, okay, let's put Robert Jones there instead of Eichenberg. So Connor Williams is back. Eichenberg ain't even on the motherfucking field. And then Robert Jones gets injured, or Robert Hunt gets injured. And then you put Liam Eichenberg at right guard, and he played pretty decently there. I will give him credit. He played decently at right guard.
I can't tell you if Liam started, but his first year he played 17 games. The second year, when he did get hurt, he only played 10 games. And the last year he played 16 games.
And again,
now if he was a starter, I don't know. It doesn't break it down, but the first year he played all 17 games. So I would imagine he probably started, but
again, starting because of injury, starting because of injury versus starting based on talent and ability are two different things.
First year CT he was a fucking high draft pick, and like you always want to say that fucking Chris Greer is gonna play his fucking new shiny toys.
Did he not?
So you know Liam started all year, the first year probably.
Yeah, and I agree with that. He was given right and left tackle starts.
And then I think it lists him as left tackle, but
did play right tackle 3 or 4 games in his first season, because that's when Austin Jackson got injured and they moved him to right guard when he started at right tackle when he started at left tackle.
I like that.
No, when Jackson got hurt, Jackson has been a left tackle, not a right tackle.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Jesse Davis. So when Austin Jackson got injured at left tackle, it was
Liam
left
probably moved from right to left.
Yeah, he went from right tackle to left tackle, and then they put Jesse Davis at right tackle.
Was that 2020?
That was 2021. So
I don't remember who played where, but like I said, I just glanced at how many games he played, and it was 17-10.
You're right. You know what? I'm going to admit when I'm wrong. Look, okay, I'm over exaggerating. He's a bust. Now, we did trade up for a second rounder. Given his change in positions, his history of starting because of injuries, other than his rookie year when we tried to push him into a starting role to see what we had, he hasn't lived up to a second round pick that we traded up to get expectations.
I can agree with that.
Period.
Yeah.
I just don't like the word bust for some players.
I agree, and I understand where you're coming from.
And I get
think
pissed when people say that Cam Smith's a bust. We didn't fucking see him.
No, not at all. He's not a bust, bro. I disagree with that. That is so fucking reactionary bullshit. That's so stupid.
But the funny thing is, and I agree. But the funny thing is when we didn't see, you guys remember? Fuck, what was his name? Can't remember it.
In the last couple of years.
Yeah, it was the fuck. Oh my God, the tight end, Hunter Long. Remember, we picked him in what, the second or third round, and we didn't fucking see him. The first year he was on the team, he didn't play a fucking single snap.
We didn't need him. That was the stupidest pick ever. We did not
Doesn't
need
matter.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. Would you guys consider Hunter Long a bust?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
No.
Yeah.
Because we got compensation for him.
No, and I agree, but I'm talking about as far as draft status versus production.
I mean, to me, it was almost a
What
straight
did we get for him?
trade for fucking Tyreek Hill.
We got.
He is a third round pick, and tight end. Considering that tight end is one of the hardest positions to transition from when you're coming into the pros from college, I would hold on.
Bullshit.
Is
It is,
Hunter
bro. What are you
Long
talking
still
about?
playing? Is he still playing? Is he in the league?
No, he's still with the Rams.
Is he? All right.
Oh,
On their
so he was
practice
the
squad.
Ramsey one then.
On their practice squad.
Probably.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he's on the practice squad. I just Googled him. Yeah, this past year, he played one game and 14 snaps. Fuck, he played 3 more snaps than fucking Cam Smith did. That's fucked.
Damn it.
I guess I don't know why everyone's so hell bent on Vic Fangio being gone, to be honest, guys.
No, I agree.
After I saw a couple of the fucking defensive calls he made, that was enough. When he pulled the Boyer,
yeah,
I think I texted CT that right during the game, and I don't text really during the game.
Yep. Me and him had a fucking huge conversation. I was like, oh my God, it's deja vu. And it was the same shit when Mike McDaniel started doing them goddamn Adam Gase fucking bubble screens. And you remember fucking Green Rat, when I texted you, I said, I cannot fucking believe we're watching a reincarnation of Adam fucking Gase.
I'm not for sure what the fuck. Like I said, I think that they got in the mode of let's run the ball and try to methodically move the fucking ball. We have the lead. And it's exactly what they had for a game plan. And then we just choked.
No, the special team gave up a touchdown against the fucking Bills.
In the Bills
and then
game,
in the same situation, in the KC game, where we had the opportunity, what did we do? You try to throw a screen pass when you've only asked Tua to throw the ball like 5 or 6 times the entire game, and we've made this argument. We watched Patrick Mahomes throw 3 straight fucking absolutely ungodly, ugly fucking completions. Why? Because he tried to gauge the wind, try to figure out what can I fucking throw, how can I fucking throw it. And then fucking Tua fucking throw a pass over the middle on a timing route that has to be perfectly fucking placed in 30-mile-an-hour fucking wind without throwing a single fucking pass prior to that.
Off his back foot.
That too, because the pressure was coming in, and he had to step back to get away from the pressure.
And Tua doesn't have the big arm to fucking make up for some of that too.
And I agree. I'm not
just the fact.
What play was that?
But again, the first fucking pass to it through in the fucking KC game.
I don't remember that throw.
They ran the post streak crosser play. It's called the post looky. Is apparently what the play call name is. It's post looky ZY flat.
Damn.
Ryder McConnell, he does the all 22, and he put it together with the what is it called, the mic'd up shit. It's called post looky ZY flat, and all it is it's a go route to Tyreek Hill on the boundary. Or Waddle. It just they alternate them, but the XY receiver on the boundary is on a streak. The slot wide receiver on the left side is on a post, and the Y wide receiver on the opposite side is running crosser underneath. It's the same play that they run in the red zone that Craycraft and Sherfield were successful at running. Same fucking play. Same shit. Anyway, Tua sees the look. So on that post looky, if Tyreek or Waddle, whoever that wide receiver is that's in the slot on the left side, if he sees that the slot corner is giving inside leverage, he's going to go up and do the out route. Now, if the guy lines up in front of him, he's going to run up and run the post. Now, if he runs the post, he's supposed to sit. So when he runs that post, once the quarterback and the wide receiver recognize that it's man coverage or zone coverage, if it's zone coverage, the receiver sits in the first window, a la Tyreek and Waddle. We've seen it hundreds of times. Tua throws right over the linebacker and underneath the safety in that little window. If it's man coverage, that post gets skinnier and goes into the middle of the field so Tua can throw it over top, a la the touchdown in the Washington game. Not the first one, but the second one that went over Tua or Tyreek's left shoulder when Tyreek wanted to argue, it should have been over my right shoulder, but then he went back and he watched the video and he goes, no, it should have been over my left shoulder. Tua threw it where it should have been based on the cover. It's the same fucking play. But the problem is now you're asking for a fucking accurate pass, 30 degree or negative 30 degree weather, 30 degree or 3 mile an hour wind gusts on his first pass play, and there's pressure in his face. He steps back and throws back on his throws off his back foot.
Hey,
Green Rat has said, real quick, I'm wrapping up right here. This is my final point. And Green Rat has said, Tua is a rhythm quarterback. You cannot, just like they gave fucking Patrick Mahomes 3 little gimmies to figure out the wind and shit. You can't ask Tua, who's a rhythm passer, to come out and make a 3rd and 8 pass on his first throw of the game in those conditions. That's bad coaching. I'm sorry. It's bad coaching.
Yeah. 100%, man. I agree, bro.
What do you think about that, Green Rat? Do you think I was accurate in my assessment?
I don't think it would be bad coaching. I would say it's bad blocking.
Well, it was bad blocking, but even
if the blocking was good, maybe the pass would have been good.
But even if the
you know what I'm saying?
but even, and I agree with you there, but even if the blocking's better, it took Patrick Mahomes 3 fucking wild incompletions to get fucking used to the wind.
Well, that's where all of you that want to fucking run the ball in the fucking December and stuff, you got what you asked for.
Oh shit!
I agree. I agree to that. You know? I do agree with that sentiment to a degree. But here's the thing: you remember we ran 5 straight fucking run plays in a row. We picked up 2 first downs. So say it's a 2nd and 2. Just like Andy Reid on a 2nd and 3 gave Patrick Mahomes the out route. There was an out route that Patrick Mahomes threw on the 2nd play of the game, and it was wildly fucking off. Hey, throw it. It's 2nd and 3. Get used to the wind. If it's incomplete, it's fine. We'll still run the ball and try to get the first down. Andy Reid purposefully said, hey, we are going into the wind on this drive. This first quarter, the Kansas City Chiefs were going into the wind. And it alternated, obviously, but it was Andy Reid's way of saying, hey, we're going into the wind. Gauge it. If you fuck up a 2nd and 3 throw, it's not the end of the world. But now we know how bad the wind is and how bad it's going to affect you.
Yep.
For you to wait till a 3rd and 8 to ask Tua to throw his first pass,
it's bad. It's a recipe. It's a bad recipe.
I don't like that decision making.
It's a bad recipe.
Especially when you just watched Andy Reid do the opposite. That's where it's that experience of being a head coach. Mike McDaniel should have seen that and go,
you would think would.
They got the first down anyway. But then they let him throw more. They let him throw 2 more incompletions. Why would they do that? Oh, because they want their quarterback to be able to gauge the wind so that they can make fucking throws later on in the quarter.
Again, I don't consider it really bad coaching. I think it more has to do with, like I said, I like Tua to get into fucking a rhythm of throwing, but you got to remember, fucking Armstead was out there. We figured we could run the fucking ball.
And I agree with that. And I
It's
agree
bad
with that. I'm
weather,
not
you're-
arguing that, but
So
sprinkle in, if you're going to have a game plan of being run heavy, just like you've said, and I've said, you still got to keep the fucking defense honest. You still got to sprinkle in the pass plays.
well, they did.
Yeah. After
What
you
pass?
went 5 straight run plays, asked Tua to throw his first fucking pass, and it's intercepted.
You know
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I like to fucking throw the ball and sprinkle or run in.
that's kind of a testimony to Mike McDaniel's background. He's a run guy. You know, he was a run game specialist in San Fran. And so there you go. We come out the box.
And again, it's for all you guys that fucking love to run clock, love ball control. This is
But
what
the
you
thing
get.
is
That's
why
what we
did he
got.
decide? But why did he decide in this game? And Green Rat, you and I and everybody of Ari, we thought it would be 60-40, right? He'd be a little bit more inclined to run the ball slightly more than passing. But numbers dictate that he was pass heavy, obviously. So we passed way more than we ran. Is this a Mike McDaniel outsmarting himself situation?
No, it has to do with the fucking healthy O-line that fucking blocked better earlier in the year because they were healthier.
But that's part of it. But
We
at the
gotta-
same time,
That's most of it.
we were running just as much in the beginning of the season. Then we slacked off in running the ball later in the season. But then the first playoff game, you decide, oh, well, no, that's not true. The Bills game and the first playoff game, you try to depend on the run game. Well, if you're saying that the injuries of the O-line prevented us from running as much, and that's why we were passing more, then why would he change that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying early in the year, we had a very, son of a bitch, muscle spasm.
Oh, shit.
In the beginning of the year, we had a great running game. The only lineman we didn't have was Armstead, but Lamb does a very good job at left tackle.
Yeah.
Our running game then kind of, was still pretty good, but then we lost fucking Connor.
Well,
And I hate
no,
to say it, but
before
Connor's
that, it
very
was
important to this
Isaiah Wynn.
offense.
Isaiah Wynn. When we lost Isaiah Wynn in week 4, that's when the run game started to go downhill.
That hurt.
It went from extremely great running game to okay. But then once Connor went out, it was done.
Went to shit. Yeah.
Honestly, it was done. Mostert still was getting some touchdowns because he'd break one every once in a while.
A-Chain
But it
too.
wasn't they were getting good yardage.
That was their speed. That was that was the speed and elusiveness, not the blocking.
Moster with his thought we had a masterful season. Magical.
Yeah, but you got to remember from Mostert's perspective.
For him, he did. I know.
Yeah, because he fucking, we got down near the goal line or near the fucking end zone, and early in the season, Mike McDaniel just kept hitting.
I'm not hating on Raheem. Shout out. I hope he comes back, man. I'm down with him.
And by the way, anyone after that little thing that you guys were saying about Mostert and what he thought about the year are trying to say that that's fuel for next year or the party line or whatever. Fuck you guys. Just because they think he had a great year and stuff. Fuck you guys. That's what I'm saying. That irritated me earlier.
All right, so wait, explain that. Hold on. Why are you upset?
Well, Irving said something about Wasn't it what Mostert said in his made a press release or something?
That was Bleezy.
Was it Bleezy?
About they had a magical year.
Yeah.
They had a wonderful year. They had
That was me. I said that shit.
Masterful, magical, special.
I mean,
#1 ranked
I guess from Mostert, from Mostert's perspective, he did have a great year. Like, he rushed for over 1,000 yards, and he played, and that was
he
done
broke a Dolphins record.
15,
yeah, but then what did you say at the end of it?
About what?
Something about us falling for the bullshit of
oh yeah, the
for
marketing
next year.
shit. Yeah, they like to sell you a good steak, and
Right.
it's not. That's
So
not how
anyone
it
that
was.
says that, fuck you. That's what I say to him.
There you go.
And if that was color, then that would be a fuck you color. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. I don't like that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It was a good season. I'm not gonna say that there were positives, definitely, that you could build on for next year. Absolutely. I'm not gonna discount that, but we already know what aspirations we had, and we didn't meet that goal.
Right.
Again,
mine's more of the bullshit that this organization is giving us false hope for next year and blah blah blah. Fuck that.
Nah.
Fuck you and fuck everybody else that would believe that.
I still think the goal is still getting to the Super Bowl, or at least winning the division and winning playoff games. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's still the goal.
Right. I know who's saying this stuff, Irving. I know it's not you.
I love you boys. Look, we've been on here for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I got a call.
2 hours and 10 minutes longer than my bedtime.
Yes, sir. Exactly. No, 4 hours and 9 minutes. You came on 1 minute.
Shit. I got to turn over.
That's how we roll around here, baby. That's how we roll.
Hey, Green Rat, final thoughts, brother. Give it to us.
Guys, let's fucking just enjoy the ride every year. I mean, I'm not disappointed that Vic Fangio is gone. It sounds like maybe some of the players, it's not that they didn't like him, but they just wanted to try to do more for the team, and he's very structured in how he likes to run his defense. Good or bad, that's just the way it was. So,
all right,
that's all I got.
Nah, man, I think we're all got mixed emotions from the whole Vic Fangio firing. You know, I know that certain players had career years, and we did finish in the top 10, absolutely, but in the thick of things, I think it was ultimately a sensible decision by the front office, just because a lot of the players and coaches were complaining about him, how he was just too old school, and just he couldn't adapt to the times, rigid, etc. All those things, right? And they questioned his personnel decisions and things of that nature. And I think we got to move. We got to move on and accept the team's decision. And again, these type of coaches got to also accept that the NFL is changing, and guys got to be more adaptable. And this is more of a players' league now, where the players have more say in what goes on in the team. So again, just Fangio wasn't willing to change with the times, and it cost him his job. And Philadelphia, you're gonna have to. Philadelphia is another young team with a lot of young talent, with people that have personalities. And if he can't mesh well with that, well, he's going to meet the same type of conclusion in Philadelphia. But again,
maybe if they're tampering, we get their first round pick. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I hope so. But anyways,
if it doesn't happen, bro, it is fucking absolute that the NFL is fucking blackballing Miami.
Yeah, it's kind of trending that way.
So I just wanted to finish. I just wanted to wrap it up real quickly. I said, the goal is that I don't know why people are just jumping ship. Like, we still got a talented team, we still got a talented coaching roster. Like, you never know what's in the horizon in free agency in the draft. Like, there's plenty of good prospects in the draft, plenty of talent in the free agent pool, especially cheap. So
whether
again,
can pick them, story.
But again, just the goal is still the same. Like, nothing changes. Don't lose hope. Just we're Dolphin fans. Like, we got to ride with we got to support the team or whatever we can. So that's all I got to say.
Yes, sir. Please.
Good job, Irving. Good job.
Is that getting my Dolphins card back?
No,
bro.
No.
You got your Dolphins card all day, every day, bro. You bring them back.
Baby.
But I will
Green
give you that
Rat don't have no
Panthers one for
Flores.
99 cents today, though.
And Green Rat thinks that he's important, but we all know he lives in Iowa. Fucking Iowa
shit.
people. So go ahead, please. Final thoughts.
Man, there's nothing I really have to say, man, other than I'm not worried about Fangio. We're gonna move on, and people are bitching about Tua, and to those people that fucking think Tua is not all that, we have a lot bigger problems than Tua. You need to forget about that, because Tua's not going anywhere, guys. Not anytime soon.
Attaboy, Bleezy. Attaboy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Look, I love everybody coming up here talking shit with us. It's all been said. There's nothing else left for me to say. We've discussed it ad nauseum. And I'm going to leave you guys with our favorite, as always. We'll see you guys on the next show.
Y'all here for the Tiger? Y'all here for that Tiger, huh? You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all need to be here for a real one though. Tigers ain't real ones. You know what I'm saying? The real attract. Bring that camera down here. Yeah, you see it.